There we go. All right. Now we should have audio. Cactus Man, what's going on? Good to see you, Cactus Man. Can I hear myself on Twitch now? Cactus Man. All right, sweet. IDK just got out of bed at 5 p.m. Nice. Very nice. 5 p.m. already? In Germany? Wow. Yeah, I guess it's 10 a.m. Yeah. Maybe that seems right. Had a sudden vision of rendering Fog of War, so I'm playing around with Babylon.js now. Nice. Nice. Fog of War, what is that? All right, let's plug a little, do a little Discord plug here real quick. All right. All right. Posted on Discord that we are live. Don't really know if that does much, but I think Command and Conquer games. I mean, I know about Command and Conquer, but Fog of War is like a thing. You're talking about. It's like a graphical thing, I guess you're saying. Oh, I missed your other message. It's the blackness in old RTS games where you haven't explored the map yet. Gotcha. Basically bitmaps. Right. Blue, what's going on? Good morning. Good morning. Man, you guys must see must be seeing the notifications, I guess. The Twitch notifications or something. All right. Well, I just realized there was a bug with the tutorial after. So after the stream yesterday, we went live with the new mistake thing, our new little mistake meter here. Pull up the real Populus here. So we went live with this little ring. So anyone trying it out today can let me know how awful it is. See if it's really helpful when you're actually making mistakes, etc. So anyway, we've got that now. And there was an issue with the tutorial because basically some of the code that changed didn't change for the tutorial because the tutorial uses some very similar code as a normal game, but it's slightly different. So I had to basically had two things in a spot, in two different spots that needed to be updated for a normal game or versus for the tutorial. So that was kind of making me think of possibly adding some sort of way to make sure the tutorial code is set in the same place, but it's not. So we went live with that yesterday, and then right before the stream, I pushed the update to fix the tutorial. So that's out. That's out there now. Actually, I'll just get rid of this. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably not a better way I could do this because there's a lot of extra setup that goes into setting up the tutorial versus the normal match. Like this line here, like the one line that was screwed up, one chunk of code that was screwed up between the tutorial and the normal match is pretty much the only thing that changes. Yeah, so that's not really worth messing around with. But if I make any key changes like that, I just got to remember to update the tutorial as well. I know, if I was doing some sort of proper testing, probably wouldn't have those problems, but anyway. All right. Well, welcome everyone to a formal little introduction here. Yay bugs, yep. Pretty much. Well, yeah, welcome everyone to awful JavaScript game development. Hey, why? Hang on. There we go. Okay. No drop frames yet. All right. I'll try this welcome a third time. Welcome, everyone, to terrible, awful JavaScript game development. We're working on my game, Populus. It's not a very cool game, but it works somewhat. And, yeah, what are we working on? Well, we're actually working on something kind of fun today. We're working on multiplayer. Whoops. Or we're working on leaderboards for the multiplayer. Which I just realized, yeah, we gotta update the Trello from yesterday. iClaim, good to see you. What's going on, iClaim? Man, you guys make me feel so special. Everybody's showing up at the beginning of the stream. All right, okay, so we finished this today. How do I make the colors show? There we go. So we finished this yesterday. Did I say yesterday? I don't know. My brain is not firing fully this morning. We finished this yesterday, the red pulse, the little error pulse, and it's live on populus.gg right now. I added it at the end of the day yesterday, and I fixed it, and I broke the tutorial in part with that. So I fixed the tutorial this morning. Basically just had to change one little line. But now we've got our nice little error ring, gradient ring that appears whenever you make a mistake. So, it's a little annoying, but that's kind of the point. It's supposed to be annoying when you make a mistake. So we've got that. So I'm going to move that off the Trello there. And we started working on the leaderboard stuff yesterday. And I think, for the most part, we've got a... yeah, so that's kind of what we're doing now. So I got that moved in there. Yeah, we're not doing it in the order that I kind of thought. We kind of started working on this point here. Save a player's best game stats. So that's more or less what we have right now. And it's just implemented server side. And in fact, that code is actually live on populus.gg right now. Again, it's just server side. So it's nothing... nothing as far as playing the game. It's not in the change release notes on Discord, whatever. But that code did make it out. So let's see here. I want to go back to... yeah, I kind of want to just test out where we left off at the end of the stream yesterday. We basically added like a little, so in our match end, when our match ends, there is now a little method. Okay, so for each player object, we added a method called update best match stats. And then in that, so that's on the player object. So then basically you just call that function on the player, and then it takes, each player's got like a state from the last match. So you don't have to pass any arguments or whatever to this method. You just call it, and then, I mean, you kind of have to make sure that there's actually a match state. which is that's a little, maybe that's a little dangerous that we're not doing that. We're not ensuring that there's a match state. But yeah, I don't really care at this point. So we kind of have this little if chunk of code here, which I think maybe we could try to clean this up a little bit today, because this was kind of a little maybe not super the best. But basically what's going on here is this method returns a Boolean. So it returns true if, so update best match stats for a given player. This is just for a single player. And we did I say hi, iClaim? Did I say hi? I think I did, right? If I didn't, what's going on, iClaim? Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. So we call this method, and basically it returns true if the player beat their best score already. You did. All right, yeah, I thought I did, but yeah, I just wasn't sure. Yeah, I don't know. I got a good amount of sleep, but for some reason I'm having trouble waking up, and I woke up a long time ago. So I don't know what the deal is. We'll see. I just feel like I got a little fog up there this morning. So so we call this method, and it returns true if the player did in fact improve their best match stats. So as far as best match, all it means is bubbles popped and mistakes, like the higher the bubbles, basically the stat is the bubbles popped and the mistakes made. So it does some checking where if basically if there were no best stats, then we set the game that you just played to the best stats. Otherwise, if your popped bubble count is better than your best match pops, then that's an obvious, you popped more bubbles than your previous best. So there you go, new record for you. And then basically, yeah, we're returning true if the player did beat their best. Otherwise, we're returning false to say nope, they didn't they didn't beat their own personal record. So then what happens is that gets called at the end of the match. So the match calls that on each player. In the case of an opponent quitting, somebody quitting a match early, it only runs that against the player that didn't quit. So it's like kind of giving a little bit of a benefit to, if somebody decided to quit in that last split second before the timer ran out, it's only fair to, let everything count for that player that didn't quit, basically. So basically what we do is players to check against leaderboard. All right. So we've got an array that, we create called players to check against leaderboard. So if a player beat their record, or both players beat their record, they get added to this array. And then that way, if we know some players at least beat their own records, then we know we're going to try to update the leaderboard and see if the leaderboard needs an update. And update it if it does. Because if both players didn't beat their own record, then obviously, their own personal records, then obviously the leaderboard doesn't need any updating. Because if they're on the leaderboard for from a previous best record and they didn't beat it this time, then there's no reason to, they're still going to keep their old record, basically. So it's an array because potentially just one player could have beaten their record in a one-on-one match, and then in that case, we want to update the leaderboard with that one player, or both players did, or none of the players did. None of the players beat their best record, so in which case that array would be empty. And basically, we call the match end handler function that comes in, which comes in from our application object. And then we call that and pass in the array of players to check against leaderboard. So we pass that in. And the application file, that match end handler, is just this anonymous function we create right here on the fly. Yeah. So we create this function here, and basically this gets rid of the match. This is the thing that cleans up the match and everything from the server, so it's not just filling up memory, but basically cleans up all the match stuff, which basically just means it removes it from the array of matches. And then if we've at least got some player in that players to check against leaderboard array, then we have a method on our application called update leaderboard. And the leaderboard itself is currently just an array of just little simple anonymous JavaScript objects that are basically consist of the player's ID, their best number of pops, and their lowest number of mistakes for that game, right? So it's the lowest number of mistakes is attached to that single game that they made. So like the game where they popped the most and had the least amount of mistakes, you know. So we call this .update leaderboard if we've at least got some players that potentially could have, you know, changed the rankings in the leaderboard. And then we added this method yesterday, the update leaderboard. And then we've got the players that come in through the array. For whatever reason, I call that pre-match players. I don't know. And we basically do a check for each player. Because again, this array could be one player or two players, depending on which, if a player beat their own record. And if both players beat their records, then they would both need to be checked against the leaderboard. And we did, let's see here. So if the leaderboard is empty, if the leaderboard's just empty right away, so this would literally be the first match, the first player, the first match, or leaderboard's empty, then we just push that player right on, because obviously that first player would go right into the leaderboard because they were the first player. So they go right into the leaderboard. They've got their ID, their pops, and their mistakes. And we're just, right now, nothing fancy, just this anonymous JavaScript object. Nothing crazy. We might beef this up a little bit, make it a little better. We might make the leaderboard an actual object rather than just an array, and an object that's got methods or something that kind of does some of this cleanup a little bit too, but for right now, it really doesn't need to be that complicated. Then we've got we do a loop. So in that case, we'd return from our function that would run for the for each. So basically, if we add that player to the leaderboard because the leaderboard's length was 0, it was empty, then we know we're done. We get out of there. We get out of this function, and then we'd loop on to the next player or whatever, or we'd be done. And then basically, so if that's not the case, if the leaderboard wasn't empty, then we loop over the leaderboard and compare them against where they line up in the leaderboard. It's possible they're not on the leaderboard at all, or it's possible that they, are going to be first place now, or going to be, somewhere in the middle on the leaderboard. And right now I just had a leaderboard length of 10, but I mean, in reality, we could make this whatever we wanted. And I did this variable right here, which is dumb. This is probably one of the first things we'll clean up here. We'll move this out to the config, but to our config file. But the idea of this is working pretty well. We got a loop where we loop over each record of the leaderboard and just see like where that player matches up. And then basically, if they're better than a certain record, then we splice them in at that point. So if they were the first place record, like they had way more pops than the previous record in first place, they get spliced into the front, and we kill this loop right away. So if they go into the leaderboard, we kill the loop. And you know what? Yeah, that's kind of fine. Okay, so if player exists, then we have a loop for if the player's record was added to the leaderboard might be over the max length. And then we'd go through and remove. This loop would basically remove if the player was now. So basically, we splice the player in to the leaderboard, and that creates an extra record, right? So if we had 10 players, if our leaderboard length was 10 records only, and we spliced, we do a splice up of a player into the array, into the leaderboard, there'd be 11 records now. So at this point, it's a matter of just cleaning up. And this loop here checks if the player beat their own record, then we delete their old record. Otherwise, if they weren't, then we would just delete whatever player's in 11th place now. So that is kind of the idea. Because we want to just have that leaderboard be the same size as whatever length we specified, right? So, yeah, I mean, from what I've tested, from what we were testing yesterday, this was looking pretty solid. The first thing, I'm going to move this constant max leaderboard length out of here. We're going to put that in our config file. And, you know, I just arbitrarily picked 10, but because 10's a nice whole number. Obviously, it would be a whole number of leaderboard records, but we wouldn't have half a leaderboard, a record on the leaderboard. No dropped frames. Beautiful. All right, so trying to think about how we're going to show how we want to kind of use the leaderboard. This dot match, this dot ws, client only. I mean, we'd probably have like I guess maybe we could just add it straight down at the bottom here. This dot countdown timer. Sure, okay. So I guess we might as well just add this down at the bottom. This dot leaderboard, and I guess we just say max records maybe. Max records is going to be 10 for right now. Because this will probably be used on both the client and the server, because the client will also need to know like how many. Well, I don't know. Maybe this won't be used on the client at all. Yeah, in fact, let's just make it server only for right now. We're going to use, there's definitely going to be some leaderboard stuff on the client, but I'm going to just make this, we're just going to wrap this as server only. Server only. And then when we need to make this not server only, then we won't, then we'll be good. All right, so we're going to, the way my config file stuff works is pretty cool. I can just, basically the file I'm editing right now is not the actual file that gets used by either the server or the client. It's just a, just kind of a master thing. What I can do is just kind of put like I can wrap like a certain parameter into like an object called server only or client only. And then basically I've got a script that runs through this file and generates the output, a copy of this file just for the server or just for the client. Which is kind of nice. It's kind of nice. All right, so we got that leaderboard, max records, and so we go back to application, update leaderboard. Okay, so then instead of const max leaderboard length, do we import the config file? Yes, we do. So we go here, we get rid of this, and wherever we are doing max leaderboard length, which is maybe that's only one spot right now, max leaderboard. Yeah, just one spot. All right, so then we just change this to config.leaderboard. And now we should just have max records. So in our config file here, it's leaderboard.serveronly.maxRecords, but when the script runs, whenever I modify this file, my file system watcher script that restarts the server also builds the config file copies for the client and the server. So it runs through this, removes the server only things, and then generates it. So now when I import my config file for just the server, so this was the file I was just editing on the root of my project folder here, and then there's a config.js file here that got generated by our script and then got put into this server folder here. So this is just the config file for the server. Same thing with the client. There's a config file just for the client. And then, so that way I can just do config.leaderboard.maxRecords, but this config.leaderboard.maxRecords won't exist in the client copy of the config file, which is kind of cool. All right, so that's nice. Yeah, and what were we doing before? I guess we were printing. Every time we'd update the leaderboard, we were printing. It. Update, yeah. So if we updated the leaderboard, we'd just straight up print it. So CLG this dot leaderboard. All right. So now we could test around with this a little bit again here. So if we open up. So let's refresh. If I hit play, we jump into a game here. So basically we've got two different players that have connected now. Oh boy. Oh, and we're doing 30-second matches. I should probably go in and change. That. And now the leaderboard is only something that just lives in server memory right now, so it's not a database thing. It's not anything like that. So basically, leaderboard wipes will be pretty frequent. Hey, what in the world happened? We didn't. Oh, we're talking to the wrong WebSocket server, aren't we? Yeah, that's something we got to figure out. All right. There we go. Let's do it again. I kind of wanted to change the time to 5 seconds again. I don't want to really do this 30-second deal. So let's change that just for testing here. So the match time is 30 seconds. We're going to change that to 5 seconds. So there we go. Popped 11 bubbles, made one mistake. So we print the leaderboard down here on the server. So we can say this player's in first place on the leaderboard. And we can retry, and maybe on this player I'll pop a few more. So we'll do here. Yeah, 16 that time. So now this other player's in first place. So you can see here they swapped places. So it was this guy in the lead with the 11 and 1, and the other guy just had a 0 and 0. So technically at first people will make it on the leaderboard just with 0 and 0 stats, right? Because as the leaderboard's like brand new, you'll be on the leaderboard for not winning at all. And the leaderboard is persistent beyond, because right now, like, a player is just somebody who connects with a WebSocket connection. So like as soon as you refresh the browser tab or whatever, you're kind of gone. That player is gone right now. So I just reconnected with a third player now. I refreshed the browser with a third player. And we just made 12 pops with that player. So that player moved into second place. And then maybe we can try like a fourth player in here. So I can pop a few with this player. Maybe a couple here. Hey, what happened there? Why didn't that work? Okay, so we do have one issue. So the new player with 8 pops should have gone in the leaderboard because the leaderboard's not to 10 records yet. But that obviously didn't happen. So okay, so we've got our first little issue here. So if I only pop, this player's not on the leaderboard at all, I'm pretty sure. So if I pop like 5 bubbles, I should at least go on the leaderboard. But we didn't. So I did a whole new player there, whole new player. Okay, we went on the leaderboard there because we did beat one record there. Didn't you refresh only one tab? If so, the player is there with at least 12. Yeah, well, I'm leave. This other player is still one of these players, whichever one, I don't remember. Which is fine. I'm just testing like this new player, right? So I just refreshed the browser, so now this guy's brand new, 2TOK. I don't know how well you can see that on the stream, but that font is kind of small. But we've got a new player here now. So if I play a game with 2TOK, if I try to pop a few bubbles, if I pop a few bubbles that don't put us on the leaderboard at all, we don't go on the leaderboard at all, which is not good at this point. Like, we want to at least fill up the leaderboard to that max record, right? So even if this guy he popped 6 bubbles, he should have at least gone on the leaderboard at the bottom until we fit like the 10. My guess is that one didn't update, was there before. Read the message above the leaderboard. Yeah, so this guy, okay, so what's supposed to happen, here's the game. Here's the end of the match stats. So 2GOH had 0 bubbles. So that guy is already this guy here. I don't care about him. That was the player I wasn't playing with right now. So I just played with 2TOK. We did 6 bubbles. So 2TOK should move into last place on the leaderboard up until oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying now. Yeah, 2GOH is already in, yeah, he's already in 4th place here with the 11. But 2TOK should have moved on to the leaderboard with 6. Maybe you're not updating if one of them is on the leaderboard already. I think what I'm doing is I'm not like letting it fill out. I'm not letting it fill out all the way. So I need like one more little condition. So we've got our update leaderboard thing here. So the first thing is if the leaderboard's empty, just push that first player on because that player is number 1 at this point because the leaderboard's empty. So whatever score they had, even if they had 0 pops, 0 pops, 0 mistakes, whatever, they are still the number 1 player on the leaderboard. You know, after the server reboots, whatever, first game of the whole thing, that guy is player 1, is the number 1 player. And then here we loop and splice in a new player. And if, okay, so yeah, so we need like, yeah, this is kind of tricky. We splice in the new player if they beat somebody. So if they beat somebody on the leaderboard, we splice them in. That's what this loop takes care of. This loop here splices or gets rid of their old record. If they beat their old record, then it removes their old record. Otherwise, if they weren't on the leaderboard previously, then we just pop off the 11th player in the leaderboard. Because basically, if they go into the leaderboard, we splice them in. So I guess maybe what we need is like, basically, if the leaderboard isn't full yet, they're not getting added in. Because it's like not doing a check to see if the leaderboard's full. So like maybe we could do, well, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what's the best way to do it. Because here's where we splice them in. So if we splice somebody in, we probably need to splice somebody out to the leaderboard. So if we splice them in, if the leaderboard's not full yet, then we won't splice them out if they didn't overwrite their own score. So like, for example, like let's just do 2 brand new clients and let's play. So this guy here, I'm just going to, whoa. I'm going to try to get us in the leaderboard here. Maybe not. 9. Nope. Okay, so again, we're seeing our little bug here. $16, all right. 16-0. So that player, 2YAB, 2YIA8, tied for first place. So they go into the new first place slot, right? So we splice everything down. Here was the previous copy of the leaderboard. C1YV was at 16-0, 16 pops, 0 mistakes. This guy that we just played here came in and did the same thing. So technically they're tied for first place, whatever. But if you're, so it works that way. And we didn't remove anybody from the leaderboard because the leaderboard's not full yet, which is fine. Because we are only basically, yeah, so we need like a check. If the leaderboard's not full, if it's not full, we still need to check if they go somewhere in the middle of the leaderboard. But if we get to the end and the leaderboard wasn't full, player's record was added to the leaderboard. The leaderboard might be over the max length. You know what? We can actually clean this up. We can actually clean this up quite a bit here. A bit. Not quite a bit, but a bit. We can make it a little better. But I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We made it 40 minutes in before the first bathroom break. Not bad. Not bad. All right, so we'll be right back. Insert player and make a take left util function. take left. Like, you're saying like take left meaning remove anyone out, you're saying? We kind of already do that at the end, basically. Well, oh, I think I see what you're saying. You insert the player and then remove their old record, or remove their old previous record, right? Yeah, that's what this loop kind of takes care of right here. I just came in, so I'm not sure the exact problem. Yeah, well, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. And then and we'll get back to it. Yeah, there's basically just one problem we're having right now, but we're probably going to clean up a few other things. So, all right, we'll be right back. 2 seconds. Oh yeah, hi Trash Dev. Good to see you, by the way. Thanks for hanging out. Whoa, we're back. All right. Cactus Man. Beautify this and try. Basically, you just got to add players, do this above, and then trim your length. Let's see. You're sorting by... well, the thing is, the leaderboard's already sorted. We're just trying to see if we fit the new one in. I know that maybe sounds a little funny. Leaderboard sort if x is greater than y. Yeah, the leaderboard's already sorted. So then you're filtering... rate of find index. Filter eliminates the same player with less pops. Yeah, I guess I could have just done a filter. Basically the same player with the higher index. Yes. Yeah, so basically what I'm doing here is kind of like the array filter. I think I'm going to leave this just from its, like, obviously it, like, looks chunkier, but because then don't we use this for... No, we don't. Okay. Yeah, actually, maybe we should do a filter on that. Maybe we should just do... Since you sort higher index equals less pops, this would save you the conditional splicing. Yes, actually. That probably does make more sense. So if we do... or we do this dot leaderboard equals this dot leaderboard dot filter, and then record record index okay, so then we add them in. And then I guess we could say this dot leaderboard was leaderboard dot filter. Actually, we could already get the ID. Splice, what does splice return? Returning the deleted elements. Okay. So we could save I here. So we could save the index that we splice them in with, and then maybe just say filter out anything where I doesn't equal that. Maybe. Wow, fun stuff, huh? Fun stuff. Because if I did, okay, so if I did, well, we say, all right, let's try saving this. So we'll say let players position equal null. Position in the leaderboard, basically. Or wait a minute. No, not that. We would do equals I. So we splice them in at that point, right? So if they now have the record, I would be 0, their first place in the order, the leaderboard order. Player's position equals I. So you'd be at 0, then that would be 0. And we break the loop once we've spliced them in. Okay. Now, wait a minute. Is this actually helping me fix? This isn't helping me fix the problem. It's just making this loop a little simpler. Okay, so then we filter out. What does filter do? Filter return, the function you pass to filter is supposed to return a Boolean, right? And if it's true, I like doing a little test here. Let's do a random const a equals a random array. We're gonna do 3, 7, 9. Filters out entries with IDs that were already encountered beforehand. Oh no. Well, I'm asking exactly how to use filter. So item. Because then you do, so if item, basically if it's true, yeah, I'm asking a more idiot question, Cactus Man. So we would say item is greater than 5, right? So then we'd have const b equals a dot filter, and then b would be the numbers only greater than 5, right? I'm just setting up like the basic sample of filter. So I'm returning a Boolean from my function that I'm passing here. Yeah, filter, just leave it in if true, otherwise removes. Right. So I guess I want to say right. Okay, so then we want to say maybe like filter player's record was added to the leaderboard. Leaderboard might be over the max length. If player's record, no, that's not really the right thing to say. It's not the right thing to say. If player's record was added to the leaderboard and they already were in the leaderboard and their old record was still in the leaderboard. Yeah, that was a wrong comment. Leaderboard. Filter out the old record. I'm surprised there's no proper site to instantly share JS code without including HTML. Panel, I don't need HTML here. Gosh darn it. Gotcha. Yeah. We never need HTML. Never. All right. If player's record was added to the leaderboard, their record was still in the leaderboard. Filter out the old record. So I'm just trying this. I'm just seeing. Basically, we're not even solving the problem that we have right now. We're just trying it. We're basically just coming up with an alternate way to do this. We're going to kind of clean up this loop here. So basically here we're saying if a player is already in the leaderboard or had an old record in the leaderboard, we need to get rid of that old record now. So we're going to reassign the leaderboard to the new filtered array version of the leaderboard. So we would pretty much say if okay, so if I think we could do just like a one-liner if here maybe. We could just do I'm going to do like a return true. Otherwise, if I is less than player's position. Yeah, okay. So we would say if rec.id equals, so this is the ID of the record, the player ID of the record equals player.id. So if we've matched up a current player and player or rec, wait, and I is less than player's position, return false. There we go. We've got it. That's it. Else return true. Maybe I'll just make it a little nicer to look at. Else, well, no, this is nicer to look at right here. We just do our nice little compound statement there. So if the player ID matches, but the index of that player is less than the player's position, then we're filtering that out. That should do the trick. So now let's comment this out, and let's restart everything from scratch here. Don't need that anymore. Okay, be right back. We're not going anywhere yet. Just took a bathroom break. All right, so let's do play. All right, so we've got player 6U, 2XU. All right, so this will be a nice... Let's do this test here. Let's just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so our leaderboard is now this guy in the lead with 9 pops, 0 mistakes. The other guy's on the leaderboard with 0 pops, 0 mistakes. That's just the way it's going to be. I know that sounds ridiculous, but that's just the way it's going to be for right now. So I should also mention that the leaderboard right now is like a separate thing of the players, right? So it's not just a matter of, well, just sort the players based on their best score. It's not that way. Because right now, a player only persists with a WebSocket connection. So I'd like their scores to persist longer than that, right? So if they play for a little bit, then quit, I'd still want them to be able to come back. Or I'd still want their score to be up on the leaderboard, basically. Because then other people will see that score on the leaderboard and try to beat it, right, for a while. It's not just there while they're connected. So, what are we going to test right now? I want to get, okay, let's bring a third player in. Let's just bring a third player in just to make it like more clear. Oh, big spider on the wall. Hang on. Not really that big, but big for Wisconsin, I guess. All right, he's gone. He's flushed. He's been flushed. Ew, a web developer. Yeah, that's what that spider was saying. You guys seen that guy who IDs spiders on Twitch, streaming on Twitch? Streaming in the sci-tech, science and technology category. It's kind of cool. He's an arachnologist or something. He just basically looks at spiders under a microscope. Kind of neat. If you don't have arachnophobia, I guess. Okay, so let's open the console on this one here, huh? There we go. All right, so did I bring in a third? No, we didn't bring in a third player yet. All right, so I'm going to refresh this browser. So that brings in a third player to the game. Whichever player was in there is gone. Okay, so 6U2X, that player's gone now and can't improve their leaderboard score at all, which is fine. Okay, so we're going to play and then play. And I want to put this player in second place. So we'll just pop a couple of bubbles. There we go. Okay, so now that player, the new player we just connected, is now in second place on the leaderboard. Now, to test our filter that our filter is working, I'm going to put this player in first place. So I'm going to do another game and then pop more than 9 to put this player in first place. We're going to make sure that we're filtering out the old record, basically. So it shouldn't be too hard to pop 9 bubbles in 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sweet. No, it didn't work. It didn't work. So the filter's broken. Now this player is in here twice. Oh, wait. I know what I did. I did I is less than. I is supposed to be greater than. Yeah. Okay, I has to be greater than. I did it backwards in my head. Anyway, yeah. Basically, a little flip of the flop there. All right, so we restarted the server. Now we got to retest everything again. All right, so I'm just going to play with one player, just pop a couple bubbles. There we go. So we got this player's in first place. So that player popped 5. They're in first place. The player down there popped 0. So let's refresh. Let's just pop 2 bubbles with this other player. So we got a third player that's connected right here. That's what this browser is now. We can pop a couple bubbles. That puts us in second place on the leaderboard. There we go. So now this player is in second place with 3 pops. So now I want to do more than 5 pops to put this player into first place and make sure that it moves the record. Is basically the idea. So let's do it. Can we get more than 5 pops in 5 seconds? Oh yeah, we can. There we go. It works now. Okay. So we did the filter properly. And we can see the old copy of the leaderboard up here at the top. So we see that 7. So now down here, 7A4Y is in first place with 9 pops. Before, 7A4Y was in second place with 3 pops only. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool, I must say. All right. Okay, so what's next now? Player's record was added to the leaderboard and their record was still in the leaderboard. Filter out the old record. Okay. Yeah, all right, that's cool. That's cool, because this is now a lot less code than this loop. So thanks, Cactus Man, for bringing out the filter. I always forget about the array methods, those new ES6 array methods. Even though those are really old, relatively old now. Okay, so that's cool. We've got that. I put the snippet in Discord for reference. Thanks, Cactus Man. Thanks. Sweet. Sweet. All right, so I can close this now. So we still have the same problem. We have the problem where if we were to introduce a 4th player into the mix in the bottom, so let's just do. All right, so we at least popped. We got 2 players on the leaderboard now. 1 with 3 and 1 mistake. 1 with 1 pop and 1 mistake. So if we were to refresh one of these and bring in a 3rd player, what happened here? Okay, we might have another bug. Why wouldn't that work? Oh, because the server restarted. For some reason. Now the player connect. Now it worked. Okay. For whatever reason, So the server restarts sometimes because I have a file system watcher that I use, a little Node.js script that automatically restarts the server if something changes. And for whatever reason, sometimes if you just click in the VS Code window, something, I don't know if it writes something. I don't get it. I don't get what's changing because I'm kind of ignoring certain directories, I think. Actually, maybe I'm not. Maybe if you change something in this. Yeah, here it restarted again. So like I just opened this VS Code folder here and it restarted the server. I think VS Code just writes the file. Well, I don't know, and I just need to play around with my script and fine tune it. It's really not that big a deal, but sometimes I just click into the window or something and VS Code will decide that whatever at that point in time, it's going to write some file somewhere to the disk and in our folder, and then the server restarts. So I'll see it like reconnect or restart at that point. And then our player's reconnected automatically because of our nice browser auto reconnecting now. Okay, so all right, so we wanted to test this problem again. So let's get a game going. I want to at least pop a couple bubbles for each player. So we did 4 and 6. That's good. 4 and 6. So now if we kill one of these players, bring in a third player, and you know, we pop 2 bubbles with this third player. That third player should go. Okay, that's not good. Now we have some. What? What happened to the? Oh. Okay, all right. We experienced that problem right now in the first game. I just didn't notice it. I didn't realize it at first. So the first player went into the leaderboard, but the second player didn't go in the leaderboard. They should have gone into the leaderboard because we're trying to backfill the first 10, the first 10 players will go in there. Or whatever our leaderboard length is. So we need to make sure that this second player goes in, gets added to the leaderboard. So I guess actually now that we've got this little player's position. Okay, let's make this player position. Player's position is a little weird, and I'm going to mistype it or something, because we're probably going to use this right now. So if the player's record was added to the leaderboard and their record was still in the leaderboard, filter out the old record. In this case, the player was newly added to the leaderboard, so remove the last place player. I guess we could do. So we need just like another if here. If the length of the leaderboard is actually, I just thought of something. Now that taking advantage of Cactus Man's filter function here, we could actually do this chunk here as well inside of this. Do I want that though? Because this is actually just really clear to read. Because we could just filter if the I is greater than, if the I is just straight up greater than the max, greater than or equal to the max, then we could just filter it out. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, actually, let's do that. Let's do that because we could maybe put this down to like a one-liner if here. If that, otherwise if I is greater than or equal to config.leaderboard.maxRecords, could also return false. Maybe, well, okay, so if the player's record was added to the leaderboard and their record is still in the leaderboard, filter out. I guess we just say filter out player's older record. Filter out any records. Filter out a record greater than the max record. The max records count limit. Ooh. Wait a minute. What happens when you do comparisons against null? What happens when you do that? I never remember. Let's CLG I is greater than 6. Okay, so we can't do that. We got to do like const I equals null. I is greater than 6 is false. Ugh. The less equal operator is weird. Otherwise, it should either convert null to 0 or just make it always return false. Right, it just kind of becomes 0, which is not good because 0 is something very important. 0 means you're in first place. So if I... Well, actually, wait a minute. I would be greater than... Yeah. Okay, so this would break pretty bad. This should, in theory, break pretty bad. If we fire up 2 players here... and then with... Okay, so I did 4 and 3. Now, if we retry with one of these players and do like 0 pops, in theory, I think both of them would end up getting replaced on the leaderboard. Or no, wait, it wouldn't trigger a leaderboard. Okay, we wouldn't actually trigger a leaderboard update. So that would kind of be, we're kind of saved in that case, but this is also not good. The less than or equal to is just a negated greater than, so be careful. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about, Cactus Man, in that case. Oh, like it's just negated greater than. So it's like that, but then... Oh, I gotcha. It's part of these WTF.js's weird opinions, but it's just a technical thing. Nothing to worry about here. I gotcha. So it's just saying do greater than, but then do a... then throw a not in front of it kind of thing. A not operator on top of that. I gotcha. A logical not. Filter out player's older record. Well, okay. In this case, because player position starts as null, so I will always be greater than null. But I don't think we'd hit that condition in this case. Or could we? Well, technically we couldn't because we'd never call update leaderboard on a player that didn't beat their own record. Should we set it to something else? Yeah, basically, we'll never even call this function for a player if they didn't beat their own record, the previous record. So we're pretty much guaranteed that this weird case of comparing I being greater than null would never happen. Because they wouldn't be on... If they weren't on the... Well, okay, so... And if they weren't on the leaderboard previously, then rec.id would never equal player.id. Then this would... Yeah, this would never be true. Well, if they made it on the leaderboard and they weren't on the leaderboard previously, then this won't be true, because this part is true, but then... And this part wouldn't be true. Because I would be equal to player position. Whoa. Whoa, this really shouldn't be that hard. But I am doing it just a little bit of a weirder way than, you know, we might do it differently in the future. So, but that's kind of what happens when you don't really have... Don't really have a database or something working here. That's a database of all the players and their records, and then we're just could just sort or something like that right out of that, or you know, we don't have... The leaderboard is its own record basically of the scores. So we're basically doing our own little database insert update kinds of things. I don't want to be pushy, but you could try my snippet. Well, we already did what your snippet said. We already did your snippet, Cactus Man. Oh, you have some more stuff here. So you've got, okay, const max 10 player. And we've got the existing players. You do push 2 players on. Then you sort. Then filter duplicates with a lower score. First index of object with here. Let's throw this up in throw this up on screen here. Just got to translate those example vars to yours, and that's it. Right. So if in filter we handle player AVC at index 6, the first index of object is AVC 3, we eliminate index 6. Yeah, I kind of like this slice at the end here. Because actually that's what I could be using. Just right at the end. So we do the filter, then the slice. In our case, well, the thing is, in our case, we're not just pushing anybody onto the leaderboard. We're not even calling the function if the player didn't like beat their own previous record. Well, actually, I guess in that case, it's still we could push them onto the leaderboard. Yeah, actually, I do kind of like this. I do kind of like this, Cactus Man. So we just say straight up, push them on right away. So we push, which we're already doing here. So let's just say I think it's kind of readable and saves you those loops and temporary variables. Yeah, it does. It does. So let's do this. So we do our push. Then we do the sort. And then sort is by, because it's pops and mistakes, so you would do the greater. So we the greater the pops, but then the lower the mistakes. So we do sort by pops and then lower mistakes. So I always forget. Oh, you consider mistakes now? I didn't catch this. Nah, yeah, no worries, no worries. I mean, it's a pretty simple little thing. So if a.pops is greater than b.pops, yeah, I always, okay, so then you do -1. Yeah, so that basically just this, you know, the thing here is going to have to be just a little more complicated. But we could probably, I'm going to copy what you've got here so I have it in my, Okay, so we do, I guess maybe we do this like this. A dot pops greater than B dot pops. Well, if A dot pops is greater than B dot pops, then we just straight up, this would just straight up return -1, right? And then if A dot pops is equal to B dot pops, then we would have we do that. Then if A dot mistakes is less than B dot mistakes, then we'd return -1. Else we'd return return 1. Oh, actually, we don't need that. We don't need that return 1, because then return 1 would just be down at the bottom. Right? Yeah, because if the pops are equal, then we look at the mistakes, is what we're doing. And only if the mistakes are less, then we would make a sort thing there. Yeah, and then you can and those two ifs. Right. So if the pops are equal and the mistakes are not, Nice. Careful with mixed greater than and less than. Greater. Right. Yeah, mistakes is bad, so it's the the lower the mistakes, the better. If you've got two players that had 10 pops, but the one who had 10 pops with 1 mistake is better than the 10 pops with 3 mistakes or whatever. Yeah, I think that's what we want then, right? For the sort. So we got the push. We just push them on. We sort them. So we're assuming they're sorted now. And then we will do, we just need to do the trim. And in this case, this solves the problem that we were having originally. And what did we do? What did you do for the trim? You just do a slice. The start of the beginning portion of the array, the end portion of the array. Returns a section of an array. Okay, so we do need to do the sort and then the dot slice 0 to config.leaderboard.max records. Nice. You're doing the sorting twice now, though, because you're in the for each. Oh, good call. Good catch. Good catch. Pre-match players. Yes. So can we do, because now we could just get rid of pre-match player for each here. So let's do, we would just do, we would do the push. Oh no, we do need to create. Okay, we do need to do the create for each. Yeah, so then we'll just move this out of the for each. Can close right after the push there. Right. do the push for each player with the our new thing here. Nice. Slices.mutate, though, you need to assign the Didn't I have that before? Set leaderboard. Oh, maybe not. We were doing that for something else. There we go. Because we do the sort on that, and then sort. Sort returns the array, the sorted array. Or sort itself, it returns this array, right? Splice mutates. Right. Because what are you do? You did the sort, then the filter, and the sort returns the array itself, right? For sure. Const A equals Yep, it does. Okay. A dot sort. I just wanna see it for myself here. So we can CLG. Whoops. Console.log A dot sort. What is it? A is greater than B. Returns -1, else 1. So that's our sorted array there. Nice. Versus A itself is sorted as well. Nice. I like it. Kind of dumb if you don't want to mutate, but in this case you could just copy the contents into a new array, but it's fine here. Gotcha. All right. Nice. All right, let's so we push each player. There we go. Okay, so I'll get rid of my commented code here in a minute. Yeah, now you just need filtering, and that should be it. Oh, yeah, we didn't. What happened to our filter? We sort, and then this is just slicing off the last thing. Yeah, we need to do this part again. That's right. All right, so we do the sort, then we can do the filter, and then we can do the slice, which is exactly what you're doing in the example, right? Sort, and then filter, and then slice. Yes. And what are you doing here exactly? You're doing a find index. So you're taking the index of that element that we are looking at, and we are seeing, oh, if it's the same as that other one. The filter keeps the player if it's the first array to have this ID, eliminates duplicates with a lower score. Right. It's not slicing the last thing. It ensures it's not longer than max. Find index returns the first one that matches. It's not slicing the last thing. It ensures it's not longer than max. Well, I can just take what I did already here. Right? Or is this based upon, what is this other filter that we did? The record, the index, if. Oh, in this case, yeah, we can't really do that. Dot slice gives you a slice of the cake from X to Y. Yeah, it's giving you a new copy, right? It's returning a new slice of your array that you specified from 10. Right? So we pushed some records in, so leaderboard's greater than a certain amount. We sorted it, then we took a slice out of it and then reassigned it. So from the highest score in the leaderboard down. Right. Right. This is the exclusive of the element at index end. Hope I'm not confusing it. No. This is good. This is good here. No, I got what you're saying. You're just clarifying, right? Slice returns a section of an array, right? So we're just doing the leaderboard. We've modified it, right? So it's bigger now because we pushed a couple things on. We've sorted that, and then we're just taking the first 10 from that and then reassigning. Slice 03 gives you 01 and 2. Right, exactly. Yes. So, yeah, we need to filter. Still. So we're going to do the sort. Discovering the reduce function a few years back blew my mind. Yeah, I gotcha. I've used reduce maybe like 3 times in my life, I think. All right, so we've got our leaderboard. We've sorted the leaderboard. We've pushed in any new players that would have beaten their previous record. So it's possible these players should be on the leaderboard. It's possible they're not supposed to be on the leaderboard. Because maybe they're in 11th place. Maybe they beat their personal best, but that still only puts them in 11th place. So that's fine. So we actually just need to straight up filter them out according to, and I think at this point I pretty much just have to take exactly what you've got here, Cactus Man. So I just need to make sure I understand it exactly here. So we're sorting the leaderboard. We are going to filter, and then we are going to, actually we can do, and then I guess we can just throw the dot slice on the end. Kodako. Oh, I like the red animation when you miss a circle. Nice. Glad you like it, Kodako. Yeah, I'm starting to like it a little more now, too. But reduce would cause more overhead here, so it's not always the saint you need. Yeah, I've always tried. There's articles about horrible practices and loops and functions where where bad code could lead to millions of new arrays being created and stuff. Yeah, I try to stay away from those array methods if I can, you know. Like, they're nice, but yeah, I try to use them for the most part only when I really know that that's the thing that's going to solve the problem. But I can see, like, people just using them everywhere now and, like, probably getting rid of traditional while and for loops, you know. You know, people do for eaches. Like, I never try to do a for each if I know I need to stop once I hit a certain record, right? You know, then I just do a for, or I do a while, you know, with some flag or something. While and for still have their place. Yeah, for sure. Codico loves array methods. Yeah, for sure they're nice. But yeah, I've seen a couple of those articles too, Cactus Man, where it's like, yeah, you could end up with a bunch of extra overhead and stuff. All right, so I want to make sure that I'm understanding this filter exactly here. Did I say hi, Codico? What's going on, Codico? For some reason, I'm forgetting when I say hi to people here today. You could rename the row to player for clarity. Yes. So, and is that my, yeah. So again, just to make sure I'm understanding what's going on, we are filtering. Okay, so we've sorted the array. We've got our sorted array, and we're filtering on the sorted array. So we're taking row, the index, yeah, and we will change this to player. And then we are taking, okay, so we're doing, if the index equals find array, find index, okay, so you're passing a function in to find index. Predicate unknown returns the index of the first element in the array where the predicate is true. Otherwise, -1. Never actually used. I've used find index, I think. So we're saying other. Where the ID equals the other ID. So we're getting the index of other. And then where that index. Wait a minute. Is this right, or is this the inverse? Because don't we want to filter out where index? If we iterate over the first entry of player ABC, the index will be what the find index returns. If there's another ABC, the index will. If there's another ABC, the index will not be the find index result. So we can remove ABC with lower scores. Well, we keep those that are in the first encounter with this ID. Okay, so again, we take, all right, so if we return true, we keep that thing. If we return false, so we're keeping the other where the index equals the index of this player it's easier than it sounds. I have a talent of making stuff sound complicated. The index of this player. So we're looping through the player. We're going through each player, right? Because our filter just loops over every player. So we've got player. We've got 0, 1 indexes, right? 0, 1, 2, 3. And maybe we've got IDs of player in this column. So maybe we've got player 5, player 2, maybe player 5 again, because we just added like the new player 5 just put in a new winning record, right? And then maybe player 7, ID. This is ID. So we're going player by player. We are so if we've got player, our first player here, index is 0, ID is so we're getting the find index. Jacksman, true for 0 because it's the first encounter of an object with ID 5. True for 1 because there's no other 2. True for 2 because the first encounter of 5 is, or false for 2 because the first encounter of ID 5 is at index 0. So we do the find index. Now I need to make sure I understand find indexing. It returns the index of the first element in the array where predicate is true. Returns the index of the first element in the array. All right. I got it now. It returns the index of the first element that matches. And you pass in a function, and that function is value. And since the array was sorted by score, we thus eliminate the lower score duplicate of players. Kicks out index 2. So it finds, okay, so we do the filter on the first player, right? And this one is index equals the first index of, okay, I still don't understand exactly what find index does here. In the array where the predicate is true, so player.id equals, that just seems weird to me, the way the find index works. I mean, I understand, because why wouldn't you just say find index let me pull up the okay. So we pull up, so array.findIndex. All right, so this example helps me understand this better here. So we've got an array of numbers, and we want to just find the index of the first thing that matches that given condition, right? So if element is greater than 13, I'm just looking at the Mozilla page here for this, the MDN page. Okay, so that stuff, if it's greater than 13. So we're finding the index of the first thing that is greater than that 13 in this case. Okay, so we're finding the first index of the first thing that matches this. That matches this one, right? So in the case of player and other are going to be the same. They're going to be the same in this case. Because player and other are the same object is what's going on in the first scenario here, in the first case here of this thing, 0 and 5. And we are filtering if that one is the first one. So the index of this first thing is also the first instance of that thing. It's a little crazy, but I get it. I get it now. And at least I understand. I mean, I understood kind of the idea of it, but at least I understand exactly what this thing is going on here. This just seemed like slightly weird, like with the other and then equals this and that, but seeing just the simple basic number example then helped me understand exactly what this is doing here. Yeah, did I say I used find index before? I actually don't think I've used find index before. I think I've looked at it and been like, I don't really care. This isn't what I'm looking for. But finding index of that first thing that matches that case. See, for whatever reason, my like go-to default thing is going to be like, if I've got an array of things, like I'm just going to do like for I equals 0, I is less than length of the array, array.length, I plus plus, and then I'm just going to do like, if I, blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to do my thing, and I'm going to return my, I'm going to have my let index of thing. Like, I just, like, think in this way, like, just so perfect, And then doing this is like, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah. Your mom's brownies. What's going on, your mom's brownies? I don't know, my brain, I guess what I'm saying is my brain thinks in the normal loops. Like, it's just easy to say, oh, yeah, I'm just trying to find this first thing that does this thing, or that equals this thing, or whatever. So I had to, like, just teach my brain here to think in this way at what this exact thing is doing here. But I want brownies. I could go for a brownie. Me too now. Yes. Brownies. Nerdelli. What's going on, Nerdelli? Thanks for hanging out. Nerdelli's on the brownies kick as well. Store is still open. Nice. Go get some, Cactus Man. But I might need your help. Nerd Eli. Gotcha. Sorry, Nerd Eli. Gotcha. Have to go and get me dinner soon. You guys eat dinner so late. Kodako, you and Cactus Man, you guys are in the same time zone, right? Sweden and Germany, it was the same time zone, right? Gotcha. And you guys are responding to my words so quickly now. Must be all that. No dropped frames. No dropped frames. That's what it's all about right now. All right, so now that Cactus Man gracefully brought me into ES6 JavaScript things, we're going to give this a shot now. I'm pretty sure we squared this away. It's still a little crazy for me to look at. And I kind of want to like get rid of this big line. I mean, I know we could move our dot down. I know we could do that, but I kind of don't really like that. Nerd Eli, got it updated there. I got you. It's 1 p.m. over here. Your mom's brownies. East coasting it, I guess. Yeah, I'm at 12:05 right now, Central Standard Time. That is. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. In all honesty, I've never done anything for ES6 and frankly don't know the difference. Oh, never done anything except for ES6 and don't know the difference. Actually, Nerd Eli, I'm still, for the most part, the same. Imagine using var. Times before ES6 were rough. Imagine using var. Yeah. I never use var. I mean, for the most part, yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I didn't really start getting into JavaScript until ES6 was already a thing. Myself. So it was kind of right around that time ES6 came out, I think. Probably like 2015-ish. I just don't like the word let. But literally, the amount of times I've used let, okay, so in the entire code base here, I don't know how many lines of code we're at now. Maybe 10,000 lines in the whole game here. How many times have I used the word let? 65. What is all this? Okay, 65, but a bunch of these. Let's match whole word. Oh. Whoa. Let's get rid of the replace. Yeah, there we go. 65 results. And those are all in loops, for loops. For let. Yeah, for sure those are all for loop lets for the most part. If we took out things that weren't for let. Now if we do const, it's going to be like 10 million. No, 320. Okay. Because believe it or not, your variables don't actually change that often. Your variables aren't so variable a lot. All right, I'm gonna be right back in a second here. ES6 equals ES 2015. Yeah, and that's kind of when I started. It was 2015. I started with web development back in 2013. Imagine having to handle Internet Explorer. Nice. Yeah, Nerdy Eli, I'll give you a little demo here. I got to take a quick bathroom break. And yeah, I'll give you the demo of the game. Usually when new people start hanging out, I like to give the demo of the game. But we're working on my game. It's called Populus. You can play at populus.gg. Somebody's joining a game right now, and they're going to beat me because I'm going to go AFK right now. Somebody's beating me right now. Yeah, we got our new little error indicator there. This red ring gradient thing makes your errors and mistakes seem more poignant. All right, I'm going to be back in a second here, and we'll catch up on chats. BRB. Wait, there we go. Be right back. Somebody wins. Somebody beat me. All right, we're back. All right, what happened here? Yeah, Nerd Eli, you should probably stop using var. I just replaced every instance of var with my 4 big projects with let. Nice. Yeah, there could be some cases where var does something different. All right, I'm just kind of skimming some of these chat messages here. Your mom's brownies started web dev in 2020. Nice. Red ring color looks like looks ketchup to me. Nice. It's the same color as the buttons here. As like the quit label, as the favicon. These colors here. Wait, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it should be this color. There we go. Playing somebody. Oh boy. Nice. Is that Kodako again? Suddenly a voice. Nice. So close I felt the pressure. Nice. Cactus Man. Or Kodako. I know you win if you try, though. No worries. I've popped a few thousand bubbles, let's just say. Here we go. Got another game going. Yeah, so part of the leaderboard code is actually already live right now. Oh, we're gonna give Nerd Eli the breakdown on the game here. Yeah, so Nerd Eli, if you didn't already kind of get the idea, is there some leaderboard now? That's kind of what we're working on right at the moment. It's basically just working server side right now, and we're kind of working on tweaking it. Cactus Man was giving me some better ideas for shrinking my algorithm for adding players to the leaderboard before. Where do you store it? Just in memory? Yes, exactly. It's just an array. And that's fine. That's kind of what I want for right now. Nothing complicated. The tricky part is going to be figuring out how we actually want to show it on the client. You know, that's going to be the making it look good. Yeah, so we're going to test out the leaderboard code here. Did somebody... Okay. I'll keep this up in case anyone plays another game here. Kodako, I was going to ask you, because you've got random name generation. It looks like you got random name generation because like my character's name is Fatal Chocolate on Speed Typer now. How did you do that? What is you just have like a list of like adjectives and nouns or something? It's an NPM package. Nice. There's a few packages for that. I'm too lazy for that. Yeah, because I might do something like that for this for right now, because I'd like people to be able to punch in their own names. Like I think I mentioned the other day, like Slitherio. Slither.io, that is. Which also doesn't use HTTPS. They don't have any sort of sign in at all. You just punch in your name, right? And I think if you hit play, I don't really want to have the game on here. It just picks a random name for you, maybe? I don't even know. I don't know what your name is supposed to be if you don't. So I know that you punch in your own nickname or whatever, and that's pretty much it. Docker generates names from adjective and scientist names. Just when it's boring Wozniak, it rolls again because Steve Wozniak is not boring. Interesting. Yeah, I was kind of thinking of just having some fun with it and coming up with like ridiculous things myself. Like just an array of things, and then just maybe like the indexes would be like the unique things. I didn't want people to be able to type in bad stuff. Yeah, that's the other thing, because you'd have to filter. I didn't want people to be able to do that either, which there's like you'd have to have like you'd have to download like a bad words list or something, but that's another, yeah. Fall Guys had an interesting case. For some reason, people were able to enter CSS or whatever, and they had supersized names. And stuff. Yay, Unity. Yeah, and I imagine the devs probably had no idea what was going on, you know? Like, they were like, I don't know. Somebody could just change something. It's not my code, you know? That's kind of funny. Now it's random names, though. Well, the thing is, like, yeah, I mean, having a type-in name, I don't want to deal with bad name. And, like, you can only filter so many bad things out to some extent. But I'd like people to be able to keep the name. How do you keep the name Kodaco? Because I've kept my name like a token. You use like a token or something, and I use session-based cookie for like 1 to 2 weeks. Okay. Yeah, because I'm kind of thinking like maybe we do something like that now too. Maybe we throw a token in a cookie, and then if you're there, we have got like the usernames cached or something, and then you use that. That might be what we end up doing. So yeah, just check if there's a username on the session. Otherwise, it generates a random one. Gotcha. Nice. Nice. Yeah. So we might end up doing something like that. That might, I mean, I don't know. We might actually just start working on that right now, because anyway. Let's test out the leaderboard right now and see if stuff's working. All right, so we got that. Let's refresh, I guess. Let's refresh, get some new players in here. Whoops, that's not what I'm supposed to do. There we go. Let's play, and I'll just pop some bubbles with one player here. Popped a few bubbles. We got the thing set to 5 seconds. So there we go. Our leaderboard is set to the player I just played, 10 pops. The other player goes on the leaderboard with 0 pops, 0 mistakes, which is fine because we haven't filled out the leaderboard yet. We've got our limit of 10 players on the leaderboard. So let's do some new, just 2 brand new players, I guess, for right now. So I just refreshed. And let's pop, whoa. Let's pop a few there. There we go. Oh, yes, that's right. Okay, and the other player goes on the leaderboard. Great. A player with 0 and 1 mistake. That's perfect. So let's bring up this player. So 4xis. 4xis. Let's bring that player up to let's put that player up in, like, let's pop more than 5 bubbles with that player. So 4xis. We're going to pop a few more bubbles here. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. So 4xis is now in 2nd place. 7 pops, 0 mistakes. And let's start adding a few more players now. But Kodako, now you actually have your sign up is, or your sign up is through GitHub. So it's the GitHub username. That's what you're using, I guess. If you're still there. Yeah, so I allow real accounts. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Oh, I missed a couple messages here. So yeah, I check if there's, you can just show their IDs in the top right and the IDs in the leaderboard. Real minimalism. Well, yeah, I mean, yes, but the IDs are just a little too nasty, you know? I mean, maybe if we went with like 5 characters or something. Or we'll just end up getting rid of the IDs. The IDs would go away because we would just create the username, I think. So I allow real accounts. Yeah, I persist it in a DB as well. Gotcha. I like the NPM package. Loki.js. Yes, but unfortunately they also disappear when you refresh the page, so that's a bit unfortunate. It's nicer with a session. What are you talking about? Disappear when you refresh the page. Maybe I'm losing track of the chat here. What's Loki.js, Cactus Man? That sounds familiar, actually. Loki.js. In-memory database. Yeah, actually, I have heard of that. Let me actually do the npm here. Document-oriented database written in JavaScript. Purpose is to store JavaScript objects as documents in a NoSQL fashion, retrieve them with a similar mechanism, runs in Node. Client side, in-memory, DB is ideal. A session store. Gotcha. Isn't it true your player IDs they disappear when you refresh the page because you create a new sock connection? Yes. Yes. Everything sounds familiar, huh? Nice. Nice. That's true. That's true. Everything does sound familiar. No, but seriously, no, I've seen Loki somewhere for something. I don't remember now. It sounds familiar. Yeah. So the player ID is basically when a new WebSocket connection happens, we create a new player ID is kind of the thing. So that's pretty basic, I guess. So we could probably do something where we just have a cookie and then you got a token or something, and then maybe on the connection we pass the token up through WebSockets, and then, you know, we just, well, can I do that? I don't know. All right. Anyway, we're still testing our leaderboard out, right? So we only have 4 people on the leaderboard. Okay, so we brought in 2 new players. So let's actually play a game with the 2 new players. So let's pop a few bubbles. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So we got that one went to 2 pops because of the mistake. All right, so we got the 2. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players now. So let's bring in 2 new players and do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There we go. That person went in the first place there with 14 and 0. And the other player went on there with 0 and 0, which is fine until we start filling out the leaderboard, which we've got a 10 limit leaderboard now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, wait, is this going to put us at 8 now? Or this puts us at 10, I think, now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Great. So now let's bring in 2 new players and pop at least 1 bubble each with both of them, and we should bump 2 of these 0 people off the edge. So let's bring in 2 new players. Pop at least 1 bubble with each, so I need to do that quickly. 2, there we go. And then here we go 1, 2, and mistake. All right, that was 1. There we go. So we shifted off 2 of the 0 players there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Play with 2 bubbles and 0 mistakes. 2 pops. You mean to test mistake sorting? There we go. So that worked. OXM3 had 2 bubbles and 0 mistakes. So here OXM3 had 2 pops, 0 mistakes, and that's ahead of, that moved in front of the guy with 2 pops, 1 mistake. Yay, yep. So I think we're doing pretty well. So let's bring somebody in. I mean, we know this pretty much works, but another scenario here. Let's bring a new player in. Well, actually, wait a minute. Yeah, too late. I already did. All right, so let's bring in this guy, and we're going to do just 1 pop. So that way there's nobody on the board with 1 pop anymore. There we go. So that guy moved into 9th place with 1 pop, 0 mistakes. Let's refresh both here. Let's bring in 2 new players, and one player is going to be a 0-0. So I'll play with another player here. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. So bum, B-U-M, 8 bubbles. So we moved up to 3rd place there with bum. And now we got nobody with 0-0 on the leaderboard. This person technically would have triggered a leaderboard update or been in that leaderboard update with 0 bubbles, 0 mistakes because they beat their previous record, which was nothing. It was null bubbles and null mistakes. So, okay, so we need to filter our bum sex. We need to filter our we need to be filtering our random ID generation through the bad words list there. Let's filter the random IDs. Yes, exactly. All right. Nice. I didn't even see the last part. I just saw the bum, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense. All right. Nice. All right. So that's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. I'm trying to think of any other test cases we want. Let's have this guy in the... Oh, we can't. We lost him. Okay, so let's do... Because all we have are these 2 players. Let's bring in a new player, and I'm going to do 15... Whoops. Let's bring in 2 new players. I'm going to do a 15 pop. So I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 50. Did I get it? No, we only got 14. I didn't get it. All right, so hang on. Let's... Okay, so 14 and 0. So, yay, it works. Yeah, it's working pretty well. Maybe do 0 pops and 1 mistake just because. Yeah, at this... Wait, let's do 2 new players. 0 pops, 1 mistake. So we know that one player will trigger the updating of the leaderboard in the first place. There we go. Nothing. All right, I gotta try to get I wanted to try to get 15. So we'll try to get 15 with this guy. 15. Okay, I got 15 there. Sweet. XAGA. All right, so XA has 15. I want to try to get 16. Let's get 16 with the same player. So I'm doing XGA again. We're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There we go. Sweet. So XAGA. I'm like being extra careful as I play to not make any mistakes. Now I just want to see if I can like beat it again. That was kind of weird. All right, so we went up to 17 now. Nice. All right. Pretty cool. Yes. And we can adjust that leaderboard size to whatever we want. Like right now we got it just at 10, but maybe we want it to be 20. Maybe we want it to be 100, but maybe we do something where we only just show the top 10 or something. I don't know. That doesn't really make much sense. Because each player still has like their own personal best. So like even those players that, well, those players that disconnected are no longer in the system at all. Human Target is now following. Human Target, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thanks for hanging out. 196 dropped frames. All right, we'll give the little demo here. I didn't Tried to give the demo. I didn't even give the proper demo to Nerd Eli. I don't know if Nerd Eli is still around. But we'll give the proper demo here to Human Target. All right, so what are we working on? We're working on my game. It's called Populus. It's through the link down there in the chat. Populus.gg. You can play it right now. Populus.gg. So I got it pulled up right here. Basically, there we go. We got a match already, a one-on-one game. So you're trying to pop as many bubbles as you can, and you can do a one-on-one based scenario to see who pops more bubbles. So we got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as we can. My opponent here is already beating me. They're moving up here. And the idea is you pop the bubble that matches the color here on the right-hand side in this position. So blue, blue. So we hover over the blue bubble, we left-click or hit the space bar. That pops the bubble, and then we see that slides up on the right-hand side there, and you just go as fast as you can, as many bubbles as you can pop until the time's up. And then you see your stats at the end. The number of basically you're blue. You are the blue, always the blue person there. So you see 10 bubbles pop. You popped 10 bubbles. Your pops per second, your number of mistakes, and then your opponent is in red here. So I can see our opponent beat us in pops, but they had the same amount of mistakes as us. Basically, that's the spiel. That's the game. And yeah, there's kind of a single player mode. Human Target, that was you. Nice, nice. 33 pops right off the bat. I like it, Human Target. So there's a single player mode as well, which I just went into right now, so I can just kind of have fun and pop bubbles on my own. Oops. And we just added this new little red ring for the ring around the play area here for when you make mistakes. We just added that yesterday. So we're kind of testing that out, seeing how it feels. I kind of like it because originally we just had. So even while I'm in practice, I'm still waiting to find an opponent. So that's kind of since nobody will play this game, we've got the ability to, you can hit play and then it goes to the finding opponent screen and then you can practice while you wait. So you can just jump in, do something else, play another game, whatever, while you're just waiting for an opponent, which the opponent will never connect, basically, is the idea here. So that's the other, well, okay, so the practice mode is not going to count towards your score on the leaderboard. So that's, I don't know, that's incentive for people to play one-on-one, I guess. Wow, I'm doing pretty well here. We're going to see 106 and one mistake. All right, that's not bad. Dave Churchill is raiding. Whoa! Dave, thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. Welcome back. I know you raided me at one point, maybe a couple months ago. So I appreciate that, Dave. I really do. Thank you. I'm raiding with my game AI lecture. Sick. Yeah, welcome everybody coming over from Dave. Def B. How come I didn't hear the little chime when Dave Churchill raided? My speakers are awake. Sometimes the OBS, Streamlabs OBS doesn't pick up on raids and stuff. But yeah, so I'll give the little spiel of my game here. Working on my game. It's called Populus. It's a stupid game. It's really boring. Everybody from Dave's stream's probably gonna leave because they're gonna be like, "This, I'm out of here. Don't want to waste time watching this guy." Hancock with a double underscore. Thank you for the follow, Hancock. Appreciate that. All right. Yeah, we're working on my game. It's called Populus. I threw it down there in the chat. Populus.gg. You can go there right now. That's Populus.gg. All right, so I'm already in a game with somebody here because I guess I was waiting for a match. So basically, it's a game where you pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds, and you go one-on-one to someone else. So whoever's playing me right here, that's them popping more bubbles. The little red line dot is moving. So the idea is you're trying to pop the bubbles that are here, and you're matching the color of the bubble that's in this position right here on the side. So pink, we hover over the pink bubble, we hit the space bar or left click to pop. I prefer the space bar. And you just keep going. You just go on as many bubbles as you can, and then that's it. And then at the end there, we see the stats. We see our stats. Your stats are the blue, and then your opponent is the red. So I popped 7 bubbles. My opponent got 5. Opponent did 38 mistakes. I did 4 mistakes. I don't know what the opponent was doing there. Liam's Waghorn, that was you. Okay. Liam's Waghorn, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for playing. We jumped in another one here right now. So, opponent quit. Hey, who quit? Liam's Waghorn, I think I sucked. Hey, no worries. Hancock, the game is awesome. Oh, thanks, Hancock. Appreciate it. It's kind of my first little try of a game. Try of making a game. Making a game and actually releasing it, I should say. So I wanted something that was kind of in scope that I wouldn't be working on for like a decade or like the rest of my life. That was kind of the idea. I wanted something that was very simple, but I could release and like make it somewhat publicly usable, right? So it's at least somewhat publicly usable, I think. Yeah, so we got other little dinky features, like if you're waiting for an opponent, because nobody will play this game. You can click the little play button. So we're still waiting for an opponent up here. And then we could sit here and play. Oh, somebody joins. And then it kicks you out of your practice match there and then throws you into the game. And we're working on a leaderboard right now. Cactus Man 39-5. Nice. Saying nobody will play is a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're very much right, Dave. Be positive. I prefer to be self-deprecating as much as I can. That's my style. No, but I hear you, Dave. No, I got what you're saying. I understand. Expect nothing so you won't be disappointed. Yeah, Cactus Man's got me, I think. Nice. But yeah, we're working on, did I say it? We're working on a leaderboard now. Cactus Man helped me with some JavaScript stuff. Well, I'll talk about, Dave Churchill's crew is all game development people, so we can talk about a little more about the tech stuff. Obviously, this is like a browser game, right? I mean, it's a website. And all the graphics and everything happen with HTML Canvas, the HTML Canvas element that came through with the HTML5 spec. So basically, it's a thing that lets you draw graphics on the screen really quickly, really fast. So you can kind of have somewhat of a formal like game loop in which you're updating things on the screen in sort of an immediate mode way. All right, we're playing another game here. So I basically have kind of my own engine built around just drawing things on an HTML canvas. And so basically, like the code, the client browser code is the HTML is very basic. So the actual like layout of stuff on the page is very basic. There's not a whole lot going on. Basically, everything's happening in JavaScript. 36, nice. That's respectable. Well, I have a leaderboard when nobody will play. You got me, Dave. You got me. You played me again. Clearly, I got better. Nice. So, I joined another one here, or I'm waiting for another one now. There we go. One thing I need for sure is more graceful menus. Something that I don't see them playing. I don't see them playing. There they go. They're off. Off to the races. It'd be cool to have some sort of more better user interface to update this. To make this like a little better. I don't know. I don't know yet. Because this kind of makes sense, right? Like my opponent is now ahead of me. So the black dot resembles me, my position. And then if the red dot is to the other side, maybe pulse the opponent ball when they strike a bubble. Yeah, I kind of like that. I kind of like something like that. Human target played on mobile. Yeah, that's okay. That's a good point. mobile is awful. I mean, it works just because of browser compatibility, but you can't really, it's pretty much unusable in portrait mode. So I've got some if you've got a window where it's taller than it is wide, you're going to have some weird things, like that's the stat screen there. If you have, I guess, well, yeah, then we're hitting the browser limits, but yeah, like if you pull it up on a phone, it's going to look like that. Yeah, if you pull up the actual game on mobile portrait mode, it's going to look like that for the most part. Oh, look at that. If we resize, we run into some issues there with the red dot. Does the red dot's position not get updated on resize? Until, look at that. The red dot's position doesn't update until the animation kicks in. All right, I got to catch up here. I got to catch up. I got 2 seconds to catch up. Oh, okay, that was bad. Nice, JS server side as well. Yes, sir. Yeah, so so the client is all basically vanilla JavaScript, nothing fancy, no crazy libraries or anything. Dave beat me. All right. I got to come in with a vengeance now for Dave. And then basically I'm using Node.js for the server side. All of like the communication is happening over WebSockets. So it's, it's a nice, fast, bi-directional, protocol for client and the server to communicate together, which works really nicely. This game is like Tetris, and what you need to learn how to look at what piece is coming up without looking at it. Yeah, actually, so there's a little bit of a I feel like the meta right now is kind of, at least the way I've found the best way to play is actually, you don't really look over here. At least at first you do. So I say, okay, I need to pop pink, brown, green. But then the order that bubbles kind of appear is kind of the order in which you're going to be popping them. So you just kind of take note, okay, so I'm going to pop pink, brown, green, and then this green, and then blue. And then anything that comes up after, so purple's next. You just kind of pay attention to the order that bubbles come up, and then you don't really look over here anymore. That's kind of how I found the game to be kind of played for the most part. Like you kind of stop paying attention off to the side. Oh boy. And just kind of, you look over here when you make a mistake and you need to like recorrect. But otherwise, you're pretty much for the most part just focused on paying attention to what bubbles appear in what order. Anyway, whoops. Once you get millions of users, you should probably switch the side the bubbles are on and watch everyone implode. Nice. It'd be cool if you associate a sound with a color. That's interesting, Dave. Hadn't thought about that. I have been thinking about sound to some extent, but that's kind of an interesting idea. The sound with the color. Yeah, obviously there's a lot of like color blindedness issues that kind of come into play here, and a lot of people have brought that up. So that's something I'm thinking about and kind of considering. At this point, I really haven't done the research on it, but somebody brought up, I think it was Cactus Man. Cactus Man kind of saves me with everything here. Cactus Man basically built the game. That's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah, you actually got this little thing you can pull up. You can pull up in Chrome. Whatever I did there, something rendering tab. You can go down to wait, not this one. Where is it? Oh, you scroll down here, and then there's emulate vision deficiencies. So you can come in here, and I can like apply a blur. Yeah, it's like some Gaussian blur on top of it or something. You can apply the different protanopia, deuteranopia, tritanopia. Or like achromatopia. Everything's just black and white now, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, but basically Chrome's got that built in. You can just put in some sort of vision deficiency filter to see what it looks like. See what your website looks like in that. Which is kind of cool. Kind of cool. So anyway. Yeah, and exactly, Dave. Colorblind doesn't matter, right? Once you kind of figure out that meta, and honestly, like, I didn't even figure that out myself. I kind of subconsciously figured that out. A friend of mine told me when he played that he started doing that. Like, started saying, I just look at the first 3 and then just pay attention what order they come in. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then, like, as I played more and more, I didn't try to actually emulate that strategy. I didn't try to use that strategy. I just started playing the game and trying to get faster and faster. And I was kind of like doing this thing where I'd like look in this general region of space so I could kind of see this and I could kind of see the game. That was kind of my like strategy at the time, was like keeping track of always, you know, this bubble here, whatever. And then eventually I realized I'm not even really looking here anymore. I'm like fully looking at the game, and I'm more just paying attention to the bubbles in what order they appear. But DefB, didn't know about that in DevTools. Thanks. Yeah, no worries. Thank Cactus Man if he's still around. I think it was Cactus Man who brought that up to me the other day. The other stream, at some other point. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Basically, there's a bunch of stuff in here I didn't know. Like, there's a frame rate thing or something. Not actually a frame rate thing, but frame rendering stats. Like, that's kind of cool. So you can see how bad Chrome is at dropping your frames when you resize the window. Basically. Hence looking at all these black, like if I slide down, see all that black at the bottom there when you do that? It's supposed to be smooth. It's supposed to be nice and smooth, but clearly it's not. Anyway. All right, I missed some chats here? I didn't. Dave said a few things here. Wait, we got... Oh, yeah, I guess I did kind of read that. Oh, Cactus Man's been answering questions for me. How do you communicate the other person's score sockets, I assume? Yes, Liam. Everything's basically WebSockets back and forth. I kind of have like a few commands. I'm actually using, I'm using array buffers to actually send the data. So I like have like a little... kind of a little enumeration of like the different commands. So like 0 means a command, 1 means something else, 2 means something else, 3 means something else. And then I'm just storing those as integers in like an array, JavaScript array buffer. And then that gets sent over the wire. And I was doing that because basically all the mouse updates get sent to the server. So I wanted to make sure I shrunk that down as much as possible because I'm sending 60 mouse updates a second to the server. So I wanted to make sure that that was as small as possible, so I'm not sending just tons of data up to the server. So I kind of got that all shrunk down to like 12 bytes. Why not send just the mouse clicks? Why does the server need the mouse positions? So basically the server keeps track of like the game itself too, kind of keeps track of the game state as well. And my goal was to kind of do a little bit more like filtering on that. So the server then would have, would then be running kind of its own copy of the game and making sure everything comes out okay. Does just a color allow, could just allow a color palette selection too so people can test if they can see all the colors. D-Rocks, what's going on, D-Rocks? Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, that's a good point. And that's something I've kind of thought about too. Like my one goal was to just do like a little bit of research on color blindedness and then see if maybe there's like a catch-all kind of thing, right? Like a nice color palette or something that we could maybe do that would kind of be good for a bunch of people. You do a bunch of cool additional difficulties too. Yeah, that's kind of been potentially something. And I'm not 100% really certain on this being like the final game mode necessarily either. Like I'm kind of always trying to think of like more interesting ways to make things better for the most part. But palettes are fun for everyone too, to be honest. Yeah, and ooh, Dave, like a mode where you have a press a listed key when the mouse pointer is over a bubble. Yes, I've actually thought about that. Like I've thought about, to make it like a little more interesting, like having like ASDF or something, or like WASD or something like that, be like the keys. So like instead of just hitting the space bar or something, or left clicking, like I don't know why I keep doing this, but basically you would have, there we go, the timer breaking issue there. Having it so that like maybe there's like letters over all these or something, or maybe, yeah, like if you hover, then you see the letter, and then you're hitting that specific letter instead of like just or you have to enter the bubble for a given direction, like in Beat Saber. That's an interesting one. Or the mouse going over another bubble breaks it. Man, Dave, you're full of good ideas, to be honest. To be honest, why did I say to be honest? Yeah, the Beat Saber one, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, like a certain direction or something you have to go in. Yeah, like the bottom half or like the left half or some hemisphere or something like that. That'd be kind of interesting. Or you hook up a mic and you have to yell pop instead of clicking the mouse. Nice. Nice. That's kind of, let me try that. Let me try that right now. Just pop, 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 pop. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Or yeah, maybe they could have like a different word that comes up and you have to yell the word, and we do vocal, we do whatever it's called. Speech synthesis. No, not speech synthesis. The opposite of that. Voice to text. Something like that. No, that's it's interesting. But honestly, allowing someone to press a key instead of a mouse click would enable more high-level gameplay, like an OSU, OSU, however you say it. Oh, right. Well, yeah, actually, Dave, the way it works right now is you can hit the space bar, or left click. So I actually play with the space bar exclusively. Yeah, the click definitely hurts things a little bit. Yeah, I do the space bar 100%. Speaking of which, actually, I'll plug the Discord here real quick. I do have a Discord. If anyone's interested in joining, you don't have to. No pressure. But if you do, there's a Populus section on the Discord. And there's a high scores channel. And you can actually see Truyaksky's world record, Populus world record score. It's got 124 pops. Truyaksky is an OSU player. OSU. OSU? Whatever. He's a player of that game. So he's just got that skill, that raw skill built up already from that game. And it just it transfers over to Populus pretty well. OSU. Right. That's kind of what I thought. That was always my first thing. OSU. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so you can his world record video is from it's from a previous version now. So his new, he hasn't shown up since we've gone with the multiplayer yet. So I haven't seen him around since. So at some point he'll show up and he'll try out the new version. But yeah. So we're doing leaderboard stuff right now. That's kind of the what we've been working on. And I think for the most part, we've got the leaderboards working server side. It's just a matter now of figuring out what we want to send. Ooh, actually, we can clean up this old code here now. We can get rid of this. Get rid of these commented things. Get rid of this. Clean this up. Get rid of this. Whoops. What else we got here? All right, this stuff's good. So our leaderboard is working nicely. Our leaderboard algorithm, where we're updating the leaderboard, that is. We're seeing if a player needs to be added to the leaderboard and in what position on the leaderboard. 60 FPS mouse updates will eventually bog down your server when people start playing. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things, is like seeing kind of what those limits will be, you know. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, assuming we've got a bunch of people playing, yeah, I'd like to be monitoring and kind of seeing what happens. Yeah, and Dave, like you said, you know, we might get to a point where maybe the cheating stuff really isn't that big of a deal. Maybe we don't need anything super sophisticated. I don't know. So we just go with, you know, yeah, just sending the clicks up to the server. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how much we can handle. Yeah, and I mean, we could do something where we just, well, actually the 30, something like 60s should be good enough. Yeah, anyway. I don't really need to think about that at this point. Okay, we can close this. We can close this. The Panzerkampfwagen is now following. The Panzerkampfwagen. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, Panzer. Panzerkampfwagen. Nice. Where's Cactus Man? Where's Cactus Man? We got to check that German there. I mean, I assume Panzerkampfwagen actually is German too. Maybe not. Tank battle wagon. Nice. I love how German, like, to describe, you know, like in English we just throw an adjective on front of a noun, right? But I love how, like, German, like, just builds like these bigger words. Like, you just kind of compose these bigger words out of, like, the adjectives. I think that's pretty sweet. If I were to build a language, if I were to create a language, that's how it would work. So you end up with just these really long words. Tank battle wagon. Does wagon mean car though? Or is wagon like car? I guess it's not it's not a literal translation to that? Not necessarily. Okay. Good to know. All right, I don't know what we've got the Trello here. Add a basic username stuff. So according to my Trello card for users rankings leaderboards, another aspect of the leaderboard was going to be having like an ELO rating, like chess uses, which should be pretty simple to implement. And actually, maybe we'll do that. The one thing is, I didn't want the ELO system to be really abusable, I guess. So maybe that's just me needing to do a little more research, because obviously, like, you could just pull up 2 copies of Populus and, like, just boost your own ranking by going like this, right? Like, play, opponent found, here we go. And then this guy just doesn't play at all, and then this one, I pop all the bubbles, right? Like, here I just rip and pop as many bubbles as I can and boost my own ranking while I, farm whatever. off of this other player that doesn't play. Oh boy. So maybe there's like some conditions for this built into. Yeah, so like this. So like, oh, I beat this. This player comes in. Both of these players come in with like the baseline rating. And then this guy beats it, and so his rating goes up. The other player's rating goes down. But then I just refresh again and then bring in another player with the baseline rating. Oh. Dave, probably with the best idea yet. Just thought of this. If you want this game to blow up on Twitch, put popular Twitch streamer faces in the bubbles. Nailed it. Actually, well, okay. I mean, I'm not like, or Twitch emotes. There you go. Right. Yeah, kappas and pogs and stuff like that. Well, okay, I'm not serious. I mean, Twitch chat integration. People spam emotes and they show up. The real PogChamp. That's the real PogChamp? What is that one? PogChamp. Oh. Did the Twitch emotes change or something? I'm a Twitch noob, to be honest. I don't know how. Like, are they just like changing up the emotes and everything? Because there's like, I pulled up PogChamp and there's a different person doing Pog in that thing. Or they change them from time to time or something? The PogChamp guy said some bad stuff, so his emote got banned, so they change it every day now. That explains it, I guess. Yeah, because I was going to say, I thought, I didn't know if they did that for other things, but, okay. But yeah, it's just Pog that's doing that. Kappa. Kappa's still the same. Like, yeah, I didn't know if they were, like, kept changing things or something. The Daily Populus. Nice. Name of Twitch version of Populus is Populus. There you go. Well, I mean, I've thought about like shapes or something too, like patterns or something that you use that inside of the circle too to kind of help curb the color blindedness thing. At least lower that barrier to entry. Because again, like, yeah, if you learn kind of the meta of the game, that kind of is, you know, just looking here and paying attention to the order that they appear, not really going with the colors. The colors aren't important. But, you know, potentially having like shapes or something in there, like something, you know, a star or whatever. Just having like some shapes, that sort of thing. So that's a possibility as well. Yeah, I wanted to look at, wanted to pull up the Wikipedia page on the ELO rating system. Because it's also possible that maybe you... I know some games have like a certain amount of matches you have to play before you would even show up, or before you would even get a rating. So that might even be like another thing. Like maybe you have to play 5 games before you even get a rating. So that way you could prevent somebody from just kind of farming out things. But basically, let's see. We've got some sort of equation here. Yeah, and this is all talking about just like chess and everything. Rating system is a method for calculating relative skill levels of players in zero-sum games such as chess. Yes, which we can just kind of do the same thing where we just say a win. You win. And your performance during that game doesn't necessarily weigh into the rating. So let's see. Performance rating is a hypothetical rating that would result from the games of a single event only. Some chess organizations use an algorithm of 400 to calculate performance rating. According to this algorithm, performance rating for an event is calculated in the following way. For each win, add your opponent's rating plus 400. For each loss, add your opponent's rating minus 400. And divide this sum by the number of games played. For example, 2 wins, 2 losses. It's a hypothetical rating that would result from the games of a single event only. Does a single event mean multiple games? For example, 2 wins, 2 losses. This can be expressed by the following formula. Total of opponents' ratings plus 400 times wins minus losses divided by the number of games. For example, if you beat a player with an ELO rating of 1,000, you take 1,000. You beat a player with an ELO rating of 1,000. Take their rating of 1,000, add 400 to it, multiply by 1 over 1 for the number of games played, and then that becomes 1,400. Or wait a minute, that's if you beat a player with an ELO rating of 1,000. Well, what about for each win? Yeah, but what if you beat 2 players with ELO ratings of 1,000? If you draw performance rating is 1,000 plus 400 times 0, 1,000. So but is it saying that your baseline? Healy codes. I recently used an NPM package ELO rating for a project. Found it pleasant to use if you're looking for a library instead of rolling your own. Healy codes. What's going on? Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the suggestion. Yeah, actually, I want to try taking a crack at implementing this myself. I don't know if I'm going to work on it right now, though, actually. I just kind of wanted to pull up the Wikipedia page to just look at this. But we might not even... This is kind of like another dimension to the game right now. Another dimension to the leaderboards. Like we might have like a leaderboard thing based strictly... Like a leaderboard strictly for the number of bubbles popped. Like that's what we've implemented right now on the server, and that's actually live. Just server side. There's no client side view of it. But if I pull up a couple players on my development version here, I can play. I can pop some bubbles on the one player here. I've got the time of the match set to 5 seconds, so it's really fast. So now I've got my leaderboard that I print down in my console here, so I see that this player had 11 pops, 3 mistakes. And then, you know, I can bring another player into the mix by refreshing the browser. And let's bring this guy in. Let's pop a few bubbles. So that guy, what did we get? 12? 12 and 2? Nice. So that guy's now in first place on the leaderboard. So we basically have got leaderboard working for the bubbles, for the number of pops, right? So the ELO-based one would be kind of like a separate one, I think. So I'm kind of thinking like, yeah, do we want to... Dappered King, sup? What's going on, Dappered King? Good to see you. Good to see you. Likewise, man. Hey. Yeah, I appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate you. Are you new? Did you just hop in, Dapper King? Or did you come over from Dave Churchill? Because I'll give the game a little plug again if anybody didn't see the game. I am new. All right, we'll plug the game here real quick. First min here. Nice. Yeah, because I just got rated by Dave Churchill. Well, that was 38 minutes ago already. 38 minutes ago. So some people are hopping in, and I don't know if they came over from his chat or not. But anyway, we're working on my game. It's called Populus. Threw it down there in the chat. Populus.gg. Populus.gg. It's a game where you pop bubbles. And that's pretty much it, to be honest. So you can do play. And if you do play, it actually matches you up one-on-one with another human. So I'm in a game, possibly with you, Dappered King. But basically, you're trying to pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. The timer's here on the side. And what you do is you match. You're always going to pop the bubble that matches this color up here on the side on the right. So you hover over that bubble, you left click, or you hit the space bar. I prefer the space bar to pop the bubble. And then you just keep going in that order. Just keep popping bubbles. See how many you can get in the 30 seconds. And then at the end, you see your stats. So you see your stats in blue. I mean, aside from the total time thing, that's kind of that's not really a stat. But you see you popped 11 bubbles. You had 0.367 bubbles per second and 3 mistakes. And my opponent here is in red. So Healy code. So that was against me. Nice. So that's Healy's score there in red. So your opponent's score will always be in red. And that's pretty much it. It's pretty much the game. There's also just kind of a practice single player mode where you can just kind of go, you're not going head to head against anybody. The other thing, so there's kind of, if somebody else hops into the game, I'm sitting here waiting for an opponent. There we go. So the little bar up here at the top is kind of my idea of showing like your progress versus your opponent. So like my opponent here is popping bubbles every time it moves up. They've popped a bubble. So my position is represented by black. So if they're to the right of me, they're in the lead. But if they're behind me here, then I'm in the lead is kind of the idea. So it shows like up to 20 bubbles in either direction is kind of the idea. So I'm kind of trying to think of maybe like a better way to resemble that score, or kind of that comparison of you versus your opponent. So there we go. I got 26. My opponent got 32. Yeah. So that's pretty much the game right now. And we got kind of a nice feature here. Like if I hit play, I can click this practice while I wait. Since nobody's gonna play this game, I can sit here and practice, but I'm still finding an opponent. So as soon as it finds an opponent, it'll kick me out of my practice game and drop me right into a real game. Or then a one-on-one game with that opponent, which is kind of nice. But yeah, the game's kind of like Osu, as Dave gracefully pointed out. That's how you pronounce it. Graciously pointed out. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. There we go. Going one-on-one here. Yeah, we need something maybe more like kind of like our mistake thing is pretty vibrant when you make a mistake. Bow, you got this red ring that pops up. Maybe we need something like that every time your opponent scores. Like it's red or something, or maybe we just show like the counts. I don't know if that's a good idea. Something like we just straight up just show like maybe the score, the direct just numbers. Like you've popped 20 bubbles, your opponent's popped 30. I kind of like the idea of like not really like a number thing. A number thing is a little, having like a number comparison is kind of hard because you need something that's like in your peripheral vision. Like you don't want to actually like look and see, like read the number, like while you're playing the game. That's not really the point. But it'd be nice if you could kind of have like a little bit of tension, like when you're tied with your opponent or your opponent's ahead of you. Something like that. And obviously we could do, you know, once I get to doing some sound and stuff, that would kind of be a potential thing. But yeah, that's pretty much the game. I know. After you see that, you're kind of like, oof. Yeah, that's a little not that cool. But yeah, basically what we're doing now is we've implemented a leaderboard. Drogos, what's going on, Drogos? What do you use to make sounds? Well, I actually semi-professionally did sound design, and music composition for a few years with a friend of mine, with a buddy of mine. And I use a DAW, like a professional audio DAW. I use Pro Tools. So that's this program down here in my taskbar, if you can see that. So basically to make sounds, we might be doing all sorts of different things, all sorts of recording different little things with the microphone, or possibly doing some synthesizer kinds of things. Who knows? Who knows what we'll actually do? Dabbard King, what tech stack are you using? That's a good question. I need to say that more. I usually never talk about the tech stuff. Basically, the client is all just vanilla. Actually, everything's pretty much, for the most part, just vanilla JavaScript. The browser stuff is all just vanilla JS that I write, and then I pack it together, minify it with Terser and Rollup, actually, because I use like native. So this is the client code. And I use native ES6 modules for the browser, or built-in ES6 modules, whatever you want to say. Native's probably not the right word. But I use ES6 modules to like basically have a bunch of files, like all my client files are just in one folder like this. And then, you know, there's not a ton of them. But then I use so that's like that. And then basically when I build it for the final thing, so in development, I load all of these individual files just statically from an HTTP server just running on my local machine. But when I push that out to the actual server, the actual populus.gg server, they all get just bundled into one, kind of minified and crammed into one file, one single JavaScript file. And then there's a single HTML file that really actually doesn't change very much. It's all, again, pretty much everything here is JavaScript. It's a little dinky HTML file, basically just has these links, the Discord and Twitch links, and then that's pretty much it. Everything is in Canvas. I've been using before I forget, the server side's all Node.js, just plain Node.js, not really anything fancy. I'm using WebSockets for all the communication, so I am using the WS Node.js package. Where is it? Package.json. So I'm using WS for all of the WebSocket stuff, because Node.js doesn't have its own WebSocket library. And I'm using NanoID, brought up by Codico, for generating user IDs, player IDs, which basically that's just for logging. I basically just use that for logging. I wanted to just have a little simple package. This might even go away. I might stop using it at some point, because there's no database or anything. Everything's just all kind of whatever. There's no. I wanted this to be a pretty lightweight thing, not really a complicated thing. I wanted people to just kind of go in and play and have some fun, and kind of there'll be some leaderboards, but nothing really persistent or nothing really like long lasting. You know, my plan was never to build a game that required a ton of investment or maintenance, is kind of the idea. Drogos, I've been using LMMS for audio. Have you heard of it? Non-professional, but I like it. LMMS. I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me just do a quick little Google search on that. Digital audio workstation application platform. Oh yeah. That's right. You're on Linux all the time, Drogos. That's right. So I gotcha. Yeah, the pro audio support Linux side is basically non-existent. It's not really a thing in the pro audio realm. Yeah, I have heard of LMMS because I know a guy who's a Linux guy who likes to do audio stuff too. I'm pretty sure he's told me about LMMS before. Because I'm looking at some of these screenshots and I'm pretty sure this is really looks familiar to what he showed me. Yeah. Why no TypeScript? Dapper King asks. Yeah, it's kind of a good question. I really don't have much of an answer for that other than, I don't know, the benefits of TypeScript for me in this case wouldn't be that great at this point. Yeah, I really just kind of wanted to get going and kind of punch things out the way I did, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't really have a good answer for that. Yes, but anyway, I think I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I feel it kind of sneaking up on me, so I didn't want to. Kodako, what are you? Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. I didn't want to is answer enough. Am I just reading that wrong, Kodako? I didn't want to. Oh, I didn't want to use TypeScript is answer enough. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Kodako. Yeah, thanks. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick little bathroom break. Usually I take more bathroom breaks for anyone new. So I actually created an emote just for my bathroom break. So the little Jorana BRB emote is a toilet. So that's about the only good thing I could think of to come up with for an emote. So yeah, we'll be right back in a few seconds here. Maybe a little more than a few seconds. But maybe not. I don't know. All right, BRB. Whoa, well, all right, we are back. Okay. All right. I'm back in the hot seat. Hot seat? What does hot seat even mean? I gotta Google that. Hot seat. Hot seat may refer to a game show, talk show, political talk show. Definition of hot seat by Merriam-Webster. Examples of hot seat in a sentence. A position of uneasiness, embarrassment, or anxiety. Am I in a position of uneasiness, embarrassment, or anxiety right now? That's a good question. All right. I think we're all right. I think we're good. I'll still call it the hot seat. Anyway, we are back. What are we doing here now? I want to think about potentially building like our fake username building thing. I'd like to build like my own little list of fake usernames because I think that'd be funny. I think it's kind of funny to come up with ridiculous names. So we could maybe come up with something where Trash, what's going on, Trash? Good to see you. Welcome back, right? Trash, you were here earlier, and then yeah. Nice. Yeah, Trash, I'm starting to think about just staring at stocks not working. Nice. Nice. Wait, Trash, was that you who said you just started web development in 2020? Is that you? My chat doesn't go back far enough now. Yeah, well, Dave Churchill. Nah. Okay, that was someone else then. Who said that? Who said that? They only started in. I'm old. Who was that? Is that? I'm trying to remember now. It was probably somebody who also has their name in orange, and that's why I tend to mix the colors up. Is the leaderboard figured out now? Yes, for the most part. Yeah, Cactus Man actually supplied a nice little algorithm that pretty much straightened it away, so I really didn't even do much work myself. So basically our update leaderboard function method that we call here is now pretty basic, and it gets the job done. Does a few extra, would probably do a few extra instructions than what we were doing originally, but I think it'll be totally fine for now, and it's not something we really care about being super performant at this point anyway. So basically the update leaderboard will run after any match ends. Well, it'll only run after a match ends if any of the players beat their own personal bests. So basically, we call the update leaderboard method if a player beats their own personal best score. Now, you don't want duplicate people on the leaderboard. Exactly. Yeah, so we basically add them to the leaderboard. How come? Isn't that not really a thing with leaderboards? Like, are you usually on? I mean, I guess it depends on whatever the thing is. No, if you beat your own score, if you beat your own personal best, then if you're like in 5th place on the leaderboard and then you do something that puts you in the 3rd place, you basically just move up to 3rd place, and your 5th place slot is kind of out of there. I feel like most leaderboard function with duplicate records, because I abuse that and spam my name up and down. Nice. That kind of sounds like you trash. That kind of does. What was that domain again that you decided on? Was it trash.dev, or that one was taken? It was trash. Oh yeah, you actually bought it, didn't you? Anyway. So I don't know what we want to really do right now. Like, and one part of our update leaderboard thing might be if we actually the trash.dev. Nice. And you're going to use that as your professional portfolio site, right? Man, I'm getting a little chilly. I got to get my space heater going real quick. Hang on. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. No, I forgot my slippers. They're upstairs. So hang on. Two seconds. I'll be back with my my slippers. Got the slippers. Don't go anywhere. All right. Whew, I'm instantly a lot warmer with the slippers on. Okay. I'll probably never use it. We'll see. Was the .dev somewhat reasonably priced? Didn't you say like 15 or something? 15 a year or something like that? Only like 15-ish. Yeah, that's not too bad. All right. So I was kind of thinking, like, what's the best way? Like, do we want to pass the leaderboard? Do we want to like update we want to send the leaderboard down to the players whenever we update it? Like, do we just want to fire the leaderboard down to every player? Like, do we want to do that so that way we get this nice real-timey feel? I feel like that's what we want, because I'd rather have that maybe than I feel like I'd rather have that than the players like asking for the leaderboard update at some point, at random points. You know, because that way, you know, whenever we update the leaderboard, we just send it down to all the players, basically. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty much That's pretty much the idea. So yeah, and I guess like we could have some sort of, the client would just have some sort of local copy of the leaderboards, I guess, down on their compute, you know, down in the browser somewhere in memory. And then basically it would just, whenever it gets the new leaderboard from the server, we just clear it out and set the new one as. Yeah, something like that. And maybe for right now, we could just do something like where we ignore, like I would like to do the username thing, but maybe for right now at this exact moment, we just kind of get rid of, because I got to remember my philosophy for the most part, which is like, I like to just get something on the screen, do it, done, like, and then from there you can then like refine it. You can then make the maybe sometimes harder decisions, you know, like maybe updating the leaderboard in this way isn't the best way, but like at least we can do it and have something, and more often than not that's going to be good enough, what we want. And if not, you know, we refine it as we need to. So yeah, when we call the update leaderboard function, we're gonna send it to the players right now. We're going to do that. So what I think we need to do first is we need to hop over to our config file here. So our config.js, our master file. So this holds all of our constants basically for the client and the browser, or the client and the server. So what I'm thinking is we need to look at yeah, here we go. So we've got basically some lists here: client commands, server commands, and client out buffer size. Yeah, okay. So the server commands are basically the things that the server will send down to the client. So like here we could have like leaderboard updated, and we make this 9. So these are kind of like enumerations, basically, something like that. So 1, 2. So basically the client can tell if it gets an integer 9 that it means leaderboard updated. Basically that's kind of that. So what we could do right now is maybe just use we could just do like a fixed leaderboard. We could do like we calculate like a leaderboard buffer size or something that the client, that the server would use to send. So let's see, like the server could have client out buffer size. Now where are those other command buffer sizes? Match countdown started, match ended, next bubble. Okay, so one of these is going to be the bubble popped. Cursor, okay, that's not even one anymore. WS closed, leaderboard updated. So leaderboard updated is going to be leaderboard updated. So this is going to be something like basically this is going to be the size in bytes. The size in bytes of that buffer that we're going to be sending the leaderboard in. So I think that's pretty much going to be the leaderboard like size. Maybe we should move that leaderboard thing up. Did we say, yeah, let's just move this up to the top, I guess. So the amount of records that we can send in the leaderboard, so we'd have like I guess we'd have a variable up here. We'd have like const. Well, no, actually client and server. Yeah, actually, never mind. Hang on. I'm going to move this back down, but we're going to have const leaderboard max records equals 10. And then this can, that way that we can do this. What's broken here? Cannot read property command buffer sizes of undefined. Oh, probably because I started typing something. Yes. All right, so I'm going to punch this back down at the bottom here. All right. Wait. What is this thing here? Oh, that's the constructor. Okay, so then this would be this dot leaderboard server only max records. Yes. Okay, leaderboard max records. So we move this up. Leaderboard max records. I guess we could put that there. Okay, so we've got an error where we started typing the thing, right? Leaderboard updated. So that's going to be leaderboard max records times 4 bytes, maybe. So you're going to do 2 bytes for the, we're going to do a 16-bit integer for the number of bubbles popped and a 16-bit integer for the number of mistakes. Leaderboard updated. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Leaderboard max records times 4 for right now. This will be a little temporary. Like we'll kind of work this out at some point. So this is basically going to be 4 bytes per record. 4 bytes per record. 16-bit pops and 16-bit mistakes. Yes. Yes, that's what we want. Okay, so this will be our leaderboard buffer size. So command buffer sizes, we've got leaderboard updated. Ooh, wait a minute. Plus 2. 2 plus. It's got to be 2 plus. 2 plus. Because the first 2 bytes are going to be the thing that says this is the leaderboard. This is the leaderboard updated event or command, right? So the first 2 bytes are going to be that command integer itself. Then the next, all the other bytes are going to be the first place position pops, the first place position mistakes. Next 2 bytes will be the second place position pops, second place position mistakes, and so on and so forth. All right, so okay, so that's pretty good. Then we are going to, because we might change that at some point. But now that we know that, we can on the server, we can, or wait a minute, wait, is it the server or the client? No, not the client. The client just gets that. Yeah, okay. The server, we need to create a buffer for that, an actual array buffer. We need to do the buffer.alloc, the Node.js buffer. Not the JavaScript array buffer, the Node.js buffer, of which Node.js can use JavaScript array buffers and buffers, but they're different. They're different, as we found out, spending a bunch of time trying to figure out why one thing was not working when it was using a buffer instead of an array buffer. All right, so we're going to have leaderboard updated. Leaderboard updated, and then we're going to be doing wait a minute, what am I doing with all this? Outgoing data to send to client. We're doing, oh, that's the shared bubble mode junk. Right. Okay. Otherwise, we're doing buffer.alloc and then the size. Yes. Okay. So we do buffer.alloc config.ws command buffers dot leaderboard updated. Beautiful. Hang on. I'm going to be back in 2 seconds here. Super quick BRB. All right, we are back. Okay. I didn't want to full screen the notepad. Okay, so this is great. Our server's now got some memory allocated for filling the leaderboard. So basically, we need to fill in this every time we update the leaderboard. So let's do that on basically in our application. What does it look like when we actually send data? This.out buffers. Don't we actually, maybe all that happens in match. Player.send message, send message, this.out buffers. Dot match ended. Oh, buffers come. Okay. Application. All right. So we need to go. We've updated the leaderboard, so the leaderboard is in full whatever there. So we basically would zero out. I want to see how I do this in the other things here. I want to see how I've been doing this. This pattern. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So we fill out the buffer in a format like this, right? So we fill it with zeros. We fill the buffer with zeros. We write the command in the first byte, first 16 bits, I mean the first 2 bytes. And then we do other stuff. Yes. And our structure for right now, the structure that we're going to be following is going to be basically first 2 bytes. First 2 bytes. We're going to be doing the same thing, right? Int 16LE. Well, actually, technically, my mistake count. I guess we will do int 16s instead of uint 16s. Should we do uint? Why have I not been doing uint? Why were we doing int 16s and not uint 16s for these? I don't know. I guess we'll just keep going with int 16s. Not like someone could ever pop 16,000 bubbles or 32,000 bubbles, more than 32,000 bubbles. All right, so yeah, because again, basically, well, I don't need to fill it. I don't need to have this. I'm just going to copy this down, basically. So we are going to do, oh, this is in application. So it is going to be this dot out buffers dot leaderboard updated. We fill it with zeros. We write the command in the first byte, which is going to be dot leaderboard updated. And then for each record, so we're going to do a for. I guess we'll do a this dot leaderboard dot for each rec. So we need to go over each record in the leaderboard. Actually, we're going to do a for. We're actually going to do just a for loop. So we're going to do for let I equal 1. Ooh, no. Wait. 2. I is less than oh no, wait a minute. Hang on, let's write this out here real quick. So we're gonna have a, yeah, this is the byte offset, not the int16 offset. So this is actually at byte number 2, offset 2 we were writing. And then we go to byte offset 4 to write the next, yes, because this writes for 2 and 3. This writes for 4 and 5. So we're going to, basically we write at 0, then it's going to be 2, and the next one's going to be 4. Yeah, so, okay, so then this is going to be I is less than I is less than something, and then I is going to plus equal 4. 45, yeah. I think. Right? Am I right here? So then we are going to do, oops, this is supposed to be this. So it's going to be this dot out buffers dot leaderboard updated dot write int16 le, and then we are going to write, oh, wait a minute. Okay, now we need to do a for each. We need to do a this dot leaderboard dot for each rec. We're gonna do rec and ind I, and we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna do pop offset. We're gonna do const pop offset equals, or pops offset, I guess we'll say pops offset equals I times 2. Hang on, let's step through this. So we're gonna do first two bytes are going to be, so we've got byte 0 and byte 1 are going to be command, then byte 2 and byte 3 are going to be first players pops, and byte 4 and byte 5 are going to be first players mistakes, and byte 6 and byte 7 are going to be second players pops, byte 8 and byte 9 are going to be second players mistakes. Okay, and so on and so forth. So we're starting at 2. So for each player, we're going to start at 2, and then we're going to increment 4. Right? Let's do another one of these just so we can really see that clearly. So then this will be 10. Oh boy. That screws everything up. 11 equals third players pops. And then 12 and 13 equals third players mistakes. Right. So we're going to be this one gets put in the beginning, then we're iterating for each of these. So we're starting at 2. We're starting at 2. We're going to be iterating over each player. So this is like one iteration, second iteration, third iteration, first iteration, second, third. So we need to start with 2, then add 2 to that one, to that current index. So we're going to be doing like offset. We're going to have like a let offset equal 2. And then it's going to be let offset equal 2. Then for each record, we're going to do I times 2 plus 2. Zero times 2 plus 2 would be 2. 2 times 2, or wait, 1, no, that'd be 1 times 2 plus 2 would be 4. Let's do this. We'll do IDX here. And maybe so we got to get that 2 somehow. We got to get 4 somehow. So it's always, this one is always going to be whatever that one is plus 2. That's easy. So we're basically going to be doing write leaderboard updated pops and the same exact thing, write int 16 le mistakes. So I guess we could do offset, let offset equal 2, and then we do offset plus 2, and then we could just increment. We could just do rec.pops at offset and rec.mistakes at offset +2. And then we increment, I guess then we increment by 4. Offset plus equals 4. Yeah, because that would put us up for the next one. So we take whatever offset is. In this case, it starts at 2. So then we do this .leaderboard.for each. That would be 2. And then for the mistakes, and then we do offset plus 2, which would be 4 for the mistakes. Perfect. And then we increment by 4. We increment offset by 4. Offset plus equals 4. So then we go up to 6. And same thing. 6. Yeah, that's what we want. That'll do it. All right. So we fill our leaderboard out beautifully. And now we pretty much just do that, and then we send it to the players. So we do application, we do this dot players, fill the leaderboard, whoops, not all quotes, fill the leaderboard out buffer and send to each currently connected player. For each player, and we do player dot we don't do any of those. We do player dot send. So player dot send message. Send message and the message buffer. Players dot for each. We do player. So we do player dot send message, and we send this dot out buffers dot leaderboard updated. Beautiful. And in theory, that should already be working. In theory, that just worked. All right, so now on the client, let's actually rip through that message. So we go WebSockets wrapper, and we do case config.ws.servercommands.leaderboard updated, and we do a break at the end there of our switch case, and we'll just I guess we'll just CLG leaderboard updated to start. Just make sure that leaderboard updated. Just make sure that that's even working. Refresh. Let's play a game. Oh boy. 3, 2, 1. Leaderboard updated. All right, so we received it from the server. Now let's actually out buffer, out command, in W, okay. Out mouse chords. How do we parse stuff? Here's here's match start. We do a new uint8 array. New uint 16 array. Okay. So we'll do a new int 16 array, or that's how we do the command, right? So we just need to open up. Can I use, wait a minute, can I use this message uint 16? Message int 16. I guess we'll do this. Okay. All right, so this, we'll do the int 16 array, and then we will do basically the same thing as the server. We'll do const, or we'll do let buffer equal, or out buffer. Let offset equal 2. And then we will do for each for oh, now we are already reaching that. Let's see, leaderboard updated. Config, that's what I wanted to look at. Where's the leaderboard thing? Because now this isn't going to be a server only thing anymore. Leaderboard max records. Okay, so we do for this dot leaderboard for let I equal 0, I is less than config dot leaderboard dot max records, I plus equals 1. So for each record, we are going to do, I guess let's just do like let's just do an array called const leaderboard. Just do an array, and then we're going to just fill it up with stuff. So we're going to do leaderboard.push pops is going to equal something. I guess we'll put these on their own lines. We'll have pops and mistakes. Maybe just pop and missed for right now. So then this will be that, and then we're going to do pops. Okay, so pops, we do message int 16 offset. And then mistakes is going to be message int 16 offset plus. Ooh. Wait a minute. This is going to be offset 1. And that's going to be offset plus 1. And then at the end here, offset is going to plus equal 2. Am I doing this right here now? I want to say I am. And then at the end here, we'll CLG leaderboard. And then we should see some stuff with just pops and mistakes. We should see all 10 leaderboard records. Yes. Beautiful. We had 8 and 1, so we see 8 and 1. 8 pops, 1 mistake. So we see that after our game. Perfect. Ooh, we are going to need like a fetch leaderboard thing or something like that. We are going to need the client to be able to fetch the leaderboard. So we're going to have to make... Oh, that leaderboard buffer already is a persistent thing, right? On the server. Yeah. Yes, this out buffers that leaderboard updated. So... yeah. Should it be called leaderboard updated? Why don't we call it something else? Why don't we call it leaderboard? Just call it leaderboard instead. And the config, we're just going to call it leaderboard. Leaderboard updated, but this is just going to be called leaderboard because it doesn't necessarily correspond directly to one command. So that makes more sense. Leaderboard. Yes, I think that is what we want. All right. So we go back here, application, leaderboard. There we go, down here. And we just change all of these to leaderboard and leaderboard. This dot out buffers dot leaderboard. So this is always going to be, oh, and then this one too. So then a client can fetch the leaderboard too, I guess. Well, maybe we don't actually need to fetch. Maybe we just have when the server knows it connects, maybe we just send the leaderboard down when this player connects. We could do that. Doesn't have to be synchronous. Okay. All right, let's make sure that the leaderboard and everything is still working. Play. We got a leaderboard, 8 pops, 1 mistake. I did the same exact thing, 8 pops, 1 mistake in 5 seconds. 8 pops, 1 mistake. Sweet. So let's retry. Let's play with this player now. $15 and 0. 15 and 0. Beautiful. 15 and 0. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And they're beating the 8 and 0 now. I like it. Yeah, this is coming together somewhat nicely right now. All right, so that's good. The other thing is, or let's play with this guy again and then try to beat his 8 and 1. Let's try to do like 10 bubbles. So let's retry. Opponent found. Let's do 10 with this player. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Make a mistake. There we go. So we went 10 and 1. We got the new leaderboard. The guy in first place is still at 15 and 0, and we got 10 and 1 in second place. So that guy updated his 8 and 1 to 10 and 1. Beautiful. All right, so now let's whoop this one. Just go. Oh my goodness. All right, that's not a win. Oh, we went 12. We went 12 there. 12 and 1. We're getting close. We got to beat that 15 and 1 with this player. 15 and 0. Oh boy. Oh. I give up. I give up. Oh my goodness. How many did we get there? 12. Come on, this guy's got to beat 15. I'm all cold here. All right, here we go. I smell it. I can smell. 13. Here we go. Oh, we tied it. 15. We went 15-1 though. 15-1. So we're still in second place. We're still in second place. I've done 17 before, so we got to go for it. Yeah. Oh, come on. I keep making mistakes. 14. There we go. All right. Here we go. The big time. This is really frustrating. Oh, come on. I keep making mistakes right at the last thing. Here we go. The real one. Yes. 19. 19. All right. And the final leaderboard down here. Now we're in the lead. 19-0 against the 15-0. Sweet. I like it. Awesome. That's pretty cool. All right. We got the leaderboard down on the client. It's only printing in the console, but we got the leaderboard down on the client. I'm already feeling more competitive and more inspired to try to beat everyone in Populus and maintain my title as the world's second most fastest Populus player. Again, Truyaksky, pretty sure Truyaksky is in first place. So plug in the Discord right there if anyone's interested. Got a Discord. It's there. If you do join, you don't have to join, but if you do, there is a high scores channel under the Populus section, and you can see Truyaksky's 124 pops in 30 seconds. 124 pops in 30 seconds. I did set a pretty good speed here, 19 pops in 5 seconds. I just have it set to 5 seconds right now for development, just so I can quickly test things, so I don't have to play a full 30-second match before testing another game on the leaderboard. I'd be here all day. But I just hit 3.8 pops a second with that 19 pops in 5 seconds. That's 3.8, but Truyaksky's over 4.0. Over 4.0. 124 pops in 30 seconds. That's over 4 pops per second. So just to give you a little perspective there. All right, so now we actually need to create like a little leaderboard class, I guess. It's not really going to be that much fun, but that's what we got to do. Okay, so we're going to stop console logging the leaderboard. We're going to have a new event called like leaderboard updated or something, and we're going to create like a new leaderboard file. So I'm going to create a new file called leaderboard.js on the client. So all our client code is here in this right pane. That's what I typically like to do, and all my server code's here. And they look similar because the server code is the server's Node.js, so it's JavaScript in both places. So leaderboard, we got a class. Actually, we're going to import entity from entity.js. And we are going to export default class entity from. Ooh, whoa. From, no, class leaderboard. Oh my goodness, don't pretend you don't. Pretend nobody saw what I just did there. Extends entity. I wasn't thinking. All right, so we're going to do constructor, and we're going to do super call there, and we're going to have a init. No, we're going to have a destruct thing and I'm just gonna do I'm doing some setup here. Super dot destruct, because I know I'm already gonna need this stuff. We're gonna have a static create method here. Create, and we're gonna do, I guess we're gonna have, leaderboard dot this dot leaderboard, or maybe just items. We're gonna have an array of all the leaderboard or record. Let's call it records. How about that? And do we really need a static create method? It's actually a good question. I feel like maybe our application needs a leaderboard object attached to it or something. Well, okay, we're going to keep this dot records, and we're going to have an event listener. We're going to have this dot event listeners equals an array of event listeners. And then in this, we're going to do, for the event leaderboard updated, we are going to have a listener, which is going to be a function. Okay, so this is a function that will run whenever the leaderboard is updated. Oh, and I guess we'll call this a leaderboard buffer. Leaderboard. Well, wait a minute. Is this what I want to do? Do we want to just pass the full-blown array buffer there? How do I do it on the other things? No, I guess we don't. We've been doing that. For some reason, we've been doing this, like, that we've been, like, constructing these objects of things. It's kind of a little weird. Maybe that we're doing it that way. I don't know. Okay, so is this really what we want to do? No, we're just going to pass the whole full-blown array buffer down, I think. Should the client always keep a copy of the leaderboard, even if it's not showing it? I don't know. Because this would imply that, man, I don't really know exactly how we want to organize this. I mean, let's just push forward with something here, I guess. I guess let's do, well, let's do, what I'm going to do is, yeah, we're not going to process this unless, okay, so I'm going to take all of this out. And we're gonna do what we're gonna do is we're just gonna straight up event emitter dot emit, and we're going to emit the leaderboard updated event. We're gonna pass in the message buffer right here. That's what we're gonna do. And then our leaderboard object is gonna do this whole shebang. Instead of this const leaderboard though, it's gonna be this dot records. Just gonna reset it to a blank array. Do the same loop here. But then it's gonna be this dot records. This dot records dot push. We do that, and we push all our new records on. Beautiful. Nah, we need like a copy. We need like a copy of the leaderboard somewhere that just stays. Like, cause, and then that way the leaderboard graphical element, because this should be like the leaderboard graphical part. The entity, well. I don't know. Maybe I'm just gonna keep pushing with what I've got. All right, so static do we call that right now? Maybe, maybe not. So we reset this dot records array. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Like, this should be separate, and then there should be like a part of. This dot records is going to equal that. Yeah, instead of what we're doing there, let's do, yeah, what we're going to do is we'll have static create. We're going to do, let's see, const leaderboard equals new leaderboard. And then we're going to call leaderboard.init, and we're going to return leaderboard. Okay. And then, let's see. So we want to do like const leaderboard, leaderboard.init, leaderboard. All right. So we want to do like, want to have like some drawable elements for each thing, right? So we'd maybe have like a drawable for some text for the pops and some text for the mistakes, and let's keep it simple like that for right now. So we'll just have we're just going to straight up create I guess we'll just say, well, const texts equals a blank array. No, actually, let's do this. We're going to do const records. Record texts. Let's do that. Const record text equals an array. And then we're going to do for let I equals 0, I is less than config dot leaderboard dot max records I plus equals 1. And then we're going to import text from text.js, and then we are going to do pops equals or wait a minute. We're going to do record text.push, and we're going to do this. We are going to do pops equals new text. Oh, wait a minute. We're going to do pops const pops equals new text. And then what are the parameters that we pass to a text object here? Well, we've got a size and position in the text and the font. All right, so we're going to do so we're going to import font as well, font.js. Okay, so pops is going to be new text, and then we're going to be calling pops.init, and we are going to be const, or I guess we'll do const pops, whoa, and then const mistakes equals new text as well, and then it's going to be the same thing, pops.init and mistakes.init, and then we are going to do pops, basically the record text thing here is going to be a new object of those pair, the pops and the mistakes. Yes, that's what we want. All right. Now, for a text element, what's something that has text? The menu with the title. So let's close a bunch of this stuff that we don't need anymore. Circle, rect, play area, cursor effect manager, mistake pulse, scoreboard. And let's put in what are we looking for? Menu, there we go. Okay, so we've got position, font, which looks like that, and text, Populus. Okay. Leaderboard. Which I guess we'll just do as we'll initialize as a blank string. All right, so we'll do we'll do x is, I guess we could do x is 0, and then we're just going to do some hard-coded positions. So we'll do x is 0, and then we'll do it like from here. So x is 0. Or sorry, y is 0 for the first one. So I guess we'll do y as I times 20. So we'll just do we'll do like a tiny font size. So it'll be I times 20. I times 20, and there'd be like a buffer in there, I guess, but maybe like a +5 or something. Maybe something like that. Font size here would be font size. Whoops. I created that variable just for that, and I didn't do it. So that's the Y. The X is going, we'll just do something hard-coded, I guess. We'll do like, how big is this? What have we got? 2560 widescreen. What's half of 2560? 12 something. So we'll do it. Let's do like 1,000. 1,000 pixels, just something nasty and hard-coded for right now. And then this one is going to be like 1,100 or something. 1,100. And then this is going to have the same Y position. Again, just kind of a nasty thing for right now. Right. All right, that should be pretty good. That gives us all our record text. So when we create the new records text, make this record texts. Record texts. And then I guess we'll say record text equals an array. And then what we're going to do is whenever we get a leaderboard updated event, we are going to call record texts. Okay, we're going to loop. And then we're not going to push anymore. We're going to do record texts. We're going to do this dot record text I dot pops. What is this called? Pops and mistakes, right? Text dot pops dot text equals this. And then we're going to have this dot record text I dot mistakes dot text equals this one. Beautiful. All right, that should be it. Oh, and we need to call init. Oh, we called init on those. Beautiful. And then I guess we would do on destruct, we would do this dot record text dot for each rec text. Do that, and then we do rec text dot pops dot destruct rec text dot mistakes dot destruct. And that is all we would technically need for that. Okay. I think that is good. I think that is looking pretty good. All right. All right. Leaderboard. Leaderboard buffer. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, we need to, okay. There's another step we missed here. So we need to do, I guess we say leaderboard int 16. We do const leaderboard int 16 equals new int 16 array of that. And then this would go here and here. Okay. Okay. All right, so that in theory should be working. We've got our nasty hard-coded stuff there, but in theory that should be good. So now record text, is that what we're taking? Oh, we're not taking that in through the constructor. Record texts is going to be this. Yes, yes, perfect. Okay, so I think that takes care of it. So now we actually want to do, I guess when we construct our application, we're going to do this dot leaderboard equals new leaderboard. Or wait a minute, equals leaderboard dot create. There we go. And that should pretty much create it and get it going on screen for right now. And this is just going to be a nasty, awful thing at the moment. But it's going to do the job. So there won't... Okay, something's broken. Oh. Yeah, we're not pulling in the right configuration file here. Yes. There we go. So technically our leaderboard should be running right now, but there's just no visible elements, so we don't see anything. Or all the text is set to nothing until we actually put a record up there on the leaderboard. There we go. Okay. So 13-0 for that first player. Cool. So there it is. There's the leaderboard on the client. It's just showing the pops and the mistakes, but that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all we've got. And it's just showing zeros for all the blank. You know, we're just keeping 10 records, and it's just showing zeros for all the non-records, which, you know, obviously we'll address that once we get to it. But now we could come in here and do some pops. We could come here and do some pops, which won't change anything. So now this guy went with his 7 and 1. There we go. So now we're filling up the leaderboard, and it updates after every match. Oh boy, that didn't do anything. All right, so let's refresh. Let's get a couple more clients going. So like we need to be able to fetch the leaderboard, I think, too, is kind of the idea. Oh boy. There we go. So we got a new player on the leaderboard, 9 and 2. Let's retry. Let's play with this guy here. $18. Sweet. All right, let's have this guy beat his 9. Let's beat the 13 with this 9. Let's move that 9 up. Oh boy. We do it? Yeah, we did 12. Oh no. Wait, we wanted to beat 13. So we updated our record there. So that would be that one person, that one player. just updated their own record there. All right, so we want to beat that is what we want to do. Nice. We went to 16 there. Sweet. So we now the 13 place guy is down at the bottom. Let's add 2 new players in. There we go. We added a couple people in there. 7, 7-0, 7-1. And again, you know, we don't have any like username or anything at this point to actually show something more meaningful than that. There we go. Played in that one, shuffled them down. Let's get a couple more players in here. And maybe that's good enough for now. Like maybe we just do the super quick and dirty version of the leaderboard. And it's just like listing the top pops and that's it. Like that could be it, you know. All right, this should get us, boom. We got 13 there. So now we filled out the leaderboard with 10 players. And basically, I could just keep throwing in more players into the mix here. And just kind of keep trying to bump the score down. All right. Ooh, we did an 18 there. Let's see how far we can get this guy. $18. So let's throw some new players in. $13 there. Let's see how many we get here. $14. All right, sweet. That's looking pretty good. That's looking pretty good. I like it so far. Yeah, so maybe we could get away with just doing that. Like not even usernames or anything. We just show like the top 10 bubble pops. And this is showing, you know, pops and mistakes, which might not be the best, but you know, basically if we do 1, 2, 3. Let's try that again. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so we need to do like 15. We need to do 15 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 15 and 2, okay. All right. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So we've got leaderboard on the client now. I'm liking it. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. Yeah, so it's more of a matter of, you know, how do we actually want to show the leaderboard, I guess. Hang on for a moment here. I'll be right back in a minute. All right, I am back. Big Kitty, thank you for the good job. All right. Big Kitty's my wife, and so that's why I'm not throwing out the nice, like, hey, welcome to the, well, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out in the chat. That's why I'm not doing that when Big Kitty posts good job. Sorry here. Just kind of just got something else I'm looking at here for a moment. Big Kitty, what's your high score? If you're there. Big Kitty is actually upstairs, so. Oh, stupid autocorrect. All right, we're getting back in a minute here. Drogo, same as we have it set up. I'm in the basement. Tuxie uses the upstairs. What is it with us getting stuck in the basement, Drogos? All right, I'm almost done with these messages here, and then we'll be back. We'll be back to leaderboards shenanigans. Oh, I'm so grateful. I like it here. Also, if I stay up late, I'm not annoying her if she wants to sleep. Yes, that's true. I do that from time to time. Sneak in some late night video game playing. And I can be relatively loud actually down here without it being loud upstairs. So that's kind of nice. All right. Nice. Okay. All right, we dropped some more frames, I can see. But, yeah, everything seems to still be nice and fine. All right, so our leaderboard stuff seems to be working pretty finely. Pretty nicely. The only thing is we need to, maybe I guess we need to have like some way to fetch the leaderboards too. We need to be able to fetch the leaderboards. Because right now, like if we go to the site, if we go to Populus now, if we go to the site now, we don't have any leaderboard data. So it's like we need to somehow get the leaderboard data. Because right now we're only getting it when the server sends it to us. But perhaps we could like, I guess we could like have the leaderboard data be sent. Well, yeah, we don't, maybe we could get away with like just showing the pops or something. You could send a WS message, hey, give me a leaderboard, and then you reuse the other message to broadcast it, and later on trim it down to only broadcast it to the client that requested it. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, I almost feel like the client needs like a little cache of the leaderboard, like at all times. Like when you connect, you could like get the initial leaderboard. Well, like maybe you only ask for it once and then it just gets updated live continuously. That's what's happening right now, is like it's just updated live. So like I connected with a new player, So I'll play with this new player, and then we'll see it just automatically change. Like, assuming I can pop more than 13 bubbles. Oh, boy. Oh, wait, never mind. The server restarted. So the server restarted, and yeah. So now, it updated live there, the leaderboard. So after every match, the server broadcasts it, basically. Which is maybe not what we want. I don't know. There we got 10, so now we're automatically up there. So like maybe the client could have later on trim it down to only broadcast it to the client that requested it. Yeah, like we might do something later. Like maybe the client would just ask for it from time to time. Like maybe the client doesn't need to get it. Maybe the client doesn't need the updated leaderboard unless they go to like the screen where it would show leaderboard scores. No change. There we go. Sweet. Yeah, so like maybe we could have, I don't know, I feel like just broadcasting it to all the players is going to be good enough for right now. Just we need to be able to say in the first one, like get the initial leaderboard. And then from there, it's like the client would just have like the cached version of the leaderboard that would then just get updated, I guess. Or get replaced, technically, whenever the leaderboard update event fires, I think. I think we could keep that. Keep it something like that. I'm trying to think of like how maybe we best want to show this. Like maybe we could do something quickly that like just shows like we could just incrementally add this in. So it would be like something very simple to say, all right, here's we could keep it like this, not even show usernames. In this case, like trim it down even further. Let's just show the bubbles pop, not even the mistakes that match. Like just say, all right, we're going to just show the bubbles popped, and we just show like the top 3 bubbles or something. Maybe we just show 3. Something like that, maybe. Like maybe do we show it on the main menu or something? Like maybe we could make it a component of the main menu. And just like underneath the Populus, underneath the text here, maybe we just show like the leaderboard, like the top 3 or something. Because I'm almost thinking like we could have that today. And we could almost go live with that today. And that would be like just the very basic intro of the leaderboard kind of thing. Like eventually, yes, we want to have it a little better, but remember the 6 Gorillion. Remember the 6 Gorillion. What's going on? Thanks for hanging out. If my resume was just a list of my ratings on Codeforces, Top Coder, @Coder, and Code Chef, and I was like 2,200, would I get interviews? I don't think I've heard of any of those, actually. Remember the 6 Gorillion. Maybe I've heard of Codeforces. Are those like I don't know what those are. They're just like some sort of, yeah, so I don't know how to answer the question. I'm sorry. Let me look at that first one, Codeforces, really quick. I just want to see. Codeforces, website that hosts competitive programming contests. Okay, competitive programming stuff. Gotcha. Competitive programming sites. Gotcha, you answered it right there. If your resume was just that, I don't, probably not. That might be like part of, that might be like a good indicator at like your knowledge of maybe algorithms and stuff. But I would wager, I mean, and I can't really speak on this too authoritatively, but I would say that probably a company is going to also look more at like architectural kinds of skills too, as far as programming goes. So like maybe, so I don't know. I mean, that way that's maybe a hard question to answer specifically. Remember the 6 Gorillion is now following. Thanks for the follow. Remember the 6 Gorillion. I appreciate that. I really do. I guess I'll show you my game. Remember the 6 Gorillion, since you're hanging out, assuming you haven't been like lurking for a while. So yeah, what am I working on? I'm working on my game called Populus. You can actually play it right now. It's live. Populus.gg. Threw it down there in the chat. That's Populus.gg. I like to spell out the name because it just sounds kind of funny. Populus. I don't know. Anyway, it's a game where you pop bubbles. So if you go to Populus.gg, you see there's like a play button. That's for like the one-on-one. You race one person head-to-head, one-on-one, to pop as many bubbles as you can. Practice is just like a single player, and tutorial is obviously a tutorial. So I hit play and I found an opponent right away. So I don't know who that is. It's possibly you. Remember the 6 Gorillion if you're checking it out. But basically you pop the bubbles. You pop as many as you can in 30 seconds, and you're popping the bubble that matches the color in that top right sidebar there. So in this case, the pink is the first bubble. So you hover over the pink bubble and you left click it or press the space bar. I prefer the space bar. And then you just keep going. The sidebar just kind of keeps updating with the current bubble that you're supposed to pop, and you just keep kind of moving, and you might make a mistake. And if you make a mistake, you have to go back and pop the previous bubble, but that's pretty much it. And then you see your stats at the end there. 6 bubbles popped for me, 30 seconds, and your opponent is in red. So you see your score in blue and your opponent's in red. And Grillian, maybe that was you there with the 14 mistakes. Maybe after my explanation you kind of get it now. But yeah, if that's you, remember the 6 Grillian, you're moving your way up there. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. It's just kind of seeing how fast you can go. And up at the little top bar there, that's kind of representative of your... If the red dot is to the right of you, that means your opponent. The red dot moving is your opponent. So if they're moving to the right, that means they're getting ahead of you. If they're behind, that means it's behind you. Oh, it's not you. All right. So it's somebody. It's like Q-Pog. It's like a Q Pog. It's like a Q. The game is? Is that what you're saying? All right, we got another player here. So I'm trying to think. Well, what we've been working on right now is leaderboards. So we are trying to get some kind of more interesting leaderboard thing going to actually show people's pops and everything. The balloons on the right, I get... Oh, okay. I got beat out there by somebody with 26 pops. It's not... Whoops. It's not really a... One nice little feature is you can practice while you're still waiting for an opponent. So here I'm just in a single-player game while I'm waiting for my opponent. Yeah, it's kind of like a... it's just like a lot... I mean, there's basically just an array of bubbles that you have, and they're just, you know, it's just in order. And then basically as you pop them, you're moving your way through the array. And then if you make a mistake, you just go back to the previous bubble. So it's not super complicated, that aspect of it. It's basically just whatever. I mean, yeah, I guess it's kind of like a queue. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it. It looks like it, I would say. But really, it's just like a little snapshot into the look of whatever the array is that you're, you know, the array, whatever position you're at in the array of bubbles. So, yeah, the idea is, you know, you kind of practice and you kind of get going pretty fast and you kind of have some fun and, oh boy. Oh. And we just added in that little flicker there when the ring around there when you make a mistake. So that little red thing. So that's actually kind of nice to have. It's kind of nice to have. When you're playing fast, it lets you know you made a mistake a lot sooner than the other little flickering dot. So anyway. Yeah. That's pretty much it. So I've got kind of a leaderboard thing going right now, and the leaderboards, in my development version that is, and the leaderboards are working for the most part. I'm just printing like the top 10 just in a random spot on the screen. So like as we play, as I like try to, I have just a 15 or a 5-second match timer right now, which is really short. But if we try to get a couple players here. There we go. Moved up to first place there, 17. All right. But we need a way to like actually fetch the leaderboards right away. Oh, the server rebooted. Okay. Why did it restart? always restarts. Well, it's restarting because of my file system watcher is what's going on. So something changes and then it decides to. So this time, there we go. Okay, so it didn't actually restart this time. That's good. There we go. 14 and 2. Actually, I don't want to do that. There we go. All right. So yeah, we need a way to like get the leaderboard from the beginning, at the beginning of the game. At the beginning of a connection. So I guess technically I can do maybe something like maybe we could fire the leaderboard down on connection from the server. Let's just try that. Let's just see what happens actually. So we've got a player on connection. Right? So we do that and then we set up the on message. So I guess on connection we could just fire the leaderboard down. So we could just say yeah, we'd have our leaderboard buffer filled out with zeros initially on the first. Yeah, okay, so we could just do, maybe we have a method called send leaderboard. Oh, actually, we don't even need that. We just do this, player.send message, send leaderboard to player first time, I guess. Yeah, let's just do that. So player on connection, player index. We got rid of that. All right, so we do a new player, and then we could do player.send message. We send the leaderboard. Let's do it. Okay, so now if I refresh, did we get the leaderboard? Well, the leaderboard's empty. Player dots. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Every time, okay, so we need to write the command at least. Fill out the leaderboard, fill the leaderboard out buffer, and send to each currently connected player. Okay, so we do that on every update, but we need to fill out that first command. So we need to make sure that we've got that filled out initially. All right, so we could just say out buffers. I don't know if I really like that, but this dot out buffers dot leaderboard. Init. Oh, we'll do that right here. Set client command match countdown started. All right, and then here we do set client command match countdown started and leaderboard updated. Perfect. Okay. So now when we refresh, we get the leaderboard right away. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, technically not right away, but right away enough. All right. All right. There we go. All right, so we've got a bunch of zeros for every record in our leaderboard. That's beautiful. So we need like maybe we just fill this out with I'm really trying to think of potentially having some sort of actual like final layout for this, because we could potentially go live with this at the end of the day today. At the end of the stream, I could potentially roll this out. So maybe what we could do is actually like just show like maybe we could make the leaderboard like part of, we could make like the leaderboard data be part of the main menu, I guess. Or the application. Yeah, like we could have the leaderboard data. Oh, this is the server. Yeah, I was getting confused there for a minute. Like maybe we could have leaderboard buffer or something. So we could just have like a leaderboard array buffer or something for this. And then like the leaderboard visual element itself could be like actually put on screen. Could be like a component of the main menu maybe. Like maybe we just make the main menu be the thing that has the leaderboard stuff. Maybe. I kind of like that idea. Let's go with that idea for right now. Let's try to make it that way. At least make it work that way. So the application could have like a leaderboard buffer on it. Like we create like leaderboard this, because the leaderboard really isn't, it's just a visual piece of data. It's not really connected to anything. You know, you just get it from the server and then it's there and you show it on screen. That's pretty much it. But it's not like some sort of state that depends on anything going on within our client or within the client, the browser itself. You know, it's just a matter of, hey, did we get new data from the server? Then we show it on screen maybe, or we always show it, or we just show it when this thing is showing. But the data itself, like the raw, like I think we can do leaderboard raw data could equal null. And then we could listen to leaderboard update. Yeah, we could like do, whoops, we do an event for, what is the name of our event again? Yeah. It would, yeah, it's going to have to be like leaderboard updated, an event here like this. And then we just keep like the raw, maybe we just throw the raw buffer on there into memory. Or into the application. All right, so we do event leaderboard, leaderboard updated. Whoops. And then our event listener, or listener. Man, I can't type it all. Listener equals a function. Where we actually get the buffer from the WebSockets wrapper. So the WebSockets wrapper passes down the message buffer there. So we actually get it from, we get it like this. So we would do that. And then I guess we would just set this dot leaderboard raw data to, or we just say raw buffer equals leaderboard buffer. We just do that, and then we would maybe call this dot menu dot, I guess we do if this dot menu well, see, now this is kind of the problem. Leaderboard updated, listener, leaderboard buffer. Maybe on main menu.show, we just update. we can't do that. No, we can't do that. Let's see. Well, okay, so if you connect initially, like we could have the thing listen to, we could have it like listen. Do we check if the main menu is something? Drogos, now I cannot remember if my Raspberry Pi got broken and I delivered it back or just misplaced it somewhere. Very frustrating. Oh boy. Well, hope you can find it. If you didn't send it back. I guess I should say I hope you figure it out. That should be what I say. So the main menu, or wait a minute, I'm on the wrong thing here. Main menu, the menu gets set somewhere, and then we do, I guess maybe when we call, let's look at the title, or let's look at the menu again here. So when we call hide, we do title.hide. Okay, so we've got a hide method on every drawable thing, drawable entity. So we need to, we've got the ability to hide that. So we could maybe do that. Maybe when we call show main, we force it to update to, or maybe we just always, maybe the main menu could just always be, maybe the main menu could just be the one that updates the leaderboard data. Or maybe we do like leaderboard.hide. Maybe that's what we do. We do leaderboard.hide or something like that. What does that look like for? Let's actually look at our event listeners again here. Let's try to bring that back. I want to see our total event listeners. I think all I need to do is go in here, go here, change this. I think that's all we need. Yes, beautiful. $40. Only 40. Oh, yes. Okay. Ooh, this dot menu, menu.create. And we never destruct it. We never destruct it. But maybe we will at some point. Oops. I'm just trying to think about exactly how we want to manage so we could get right now, we're getting the leaderboard data right away, or the server sends it to us on connection, right? So we actually don't, the client actually at this point is not fetching the data at all. Basically, when a new player connects, the server just sends it down. So we send down the new data. We send down the leaderboard data and we get it all right here. So obviously it's all empty, whatever, because the server restarted and it's showing 10 players here, but just 10 empty things. So like maybe we just don't, well, maybe we just don't show I can't think. Because I'm just trying to, okay, so if the leaderboard could update at any random point in time, and we can get the data. And we'll get the data because the server will send it to us, basically, which I think is fine. The server will send the data at any point in time. So as soon as the game ends, or it's broken right now. Oh, I guess maybe because I changed. Why did that not work this time? Leaderboard raw buffer. Leaderboard updated. Why did that not update this time? Zach D, what's going on? What's going on? Staying warm? Not really. I'm kind of cold. And I got my slippers on. We're working on leaderboards now, Zach. I'm trying to figure out how my parents have been sending videos and photos of all the snow they got. Yuck. Yeah, there was a good bit of snow last night. Yeah, I don't know, 5, 6 inches maybe. I don't know. I didn't really look at it, but a hefty amount. Okay, so for whatever reason now, our leaderboard data is not actually... Oh, now when we refresh, it's fine. But why didn't we get it? Why didn't it update? No, so it's not updating after the game. Like, there it is. There it is. It's there. Why didn't that update again? I didn't change anything, I thought. Maybe I did. Const leaderboard. Like, what if we do this? CLG. This. All right, so everything restarted now. It never fired the event. It did in the beginning. A 9 and a 0. Yeah, okay. What in the world? Leaderboard updated. It's not sending it after every game. Did I change something? Oh, maybe I changed something here on the server. Players.for each. Oops. CLG. Oh, I bet you. What? Import OpenPath from OpenPath. What in the world is this coming from? Cannot use import statement outside a module. What? That doesn't make any sense. Cannot use import statement outside of a module. This is coming from... What? That doesn't even make any sense. Why is a client file running in this? All right, something broke bad here. What in the world? Why? Cursor trail ghost.js. That's a file that runs in the browser, and it's for some reason it's running when I try to start the server. It's running on the computer. Okay, so I obviously must have broken something. So what are we doing here? I can't even tell where we're coming from to do this. Import. What runs to do that? Let's see here. We run start server.js. Exec PowerShell. Okay. /server main.js. Oh, you know what? We imported it somewhere. Yeah. Look at that. Stupid auto imports. Stupid VS Code. I should have known that's what it was. I should have thought of that right away. So for whatever reason, typing console log did that. I don't know. That was ridiculous. All right, so I just wanted to see when we actually play a game here, I just wanted to see that we're printing on the server that we're sending no, we're not. What? This doesn't make any sense. The leaderboard updated, and we console logged the leaderboard. Update leaderboard. Where's the... Okay, so the leaderboard got logged there. That's what this is. But for some reason... This.players.for each. How does that not run? There's no players? There, we logged it. Okay, so somehow there's no players. Somehow the players array got blown away. So let's CLG this dot players. Did I change something? No. Man, this worked like... It's empty. What in the world? This dot players. This dot players. It's an empty array. Did I screw something up on here? Did I like... Oh, you know what? Where's my diff? Let's see the diff. Oh, that's it. Okay. Ah, man. All right, I did get rid of that one line, but that's really weird. Okay, so we need to go back to this. I'm going to copy this thing. Okay, so we stopped adding the players to the array. That's what's going on here. That's right. I deleted this line because I thought, oh, what is this for? But we're doing a push. See, this is why I hate this kind of thing. I don't know. I don't like it when expressions... I don't like it when, like, when you do an important expression. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm full of it. But basically, like, I kind of like assumed like, oh, this thing wasn't important, but this is a very important expression right here that results in something else. Like you do like the result of a function into, I don't know. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Kind of. And it was still broken. So, all right. I just deleted a line that was important is basically what it came down to. All right, so we go here now. We do that. We create the new player. We push the player into the players array. Then we send the message to the player. Yeah. Now we should be good. All right, so now if I play a game, our leaderboard should update after the game. There we go, 12. All right, sweet. All right, all good. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right, so now we're back to whatever it was we were doing before. Now that we've, okay, so we don't need that anymore. What else did we do that we don't need anymore? All right, well, we're still trying to figure out how we want to update, where we want the leaderboard like to actually be on the client, like the visible leaderboard, the visible scores, like maybe just on the main menu. Like that's probably the simplest. Just having that on the main menu. But then how do we update it? Well, technically we can just do, if we do menu create, technically before we do this connect, in theory that would ensure that we're okay. Dot menu equals menu dot create. So this is, I don't really like the idea of what I'm thinking of doing because we might end up changing how the main menu kind of works. I mean, for right now, it might be good enough to just say yeah, what if we just do this? What if we just do, we keep it the way it is. We do the leaderboard self-updates. We could just get rid of the listener for that. Yeah, we just get rid of this. And I mean, at some point we might need to, okay, so we do leaderboard create, and this would be part of the main menu now. Part of the menu. So we do leaderboard create in the static create method here, tutorial button. Maybe we create it under this. We go here, we do this. We do const leaderboard equals new leaderboard.create, which we need to import. Import leaderboard from leaderboard.js. So we've imported the leaderboard somewhere. Okay, we got a leaderboard now, and then maybe we pass that into the menu. Title button, leaderboard, and then up here we do leaderboard, and then we do this dot leaderboard equals leaderboard. All right, so we've got the leaderboard, and now the leaderboard will self-maintain itself. We just need to add a hide method, I guess, to the leaderboard, or a show and a hide. So we'll do, how have I been doing that here? Okay, so we go here, we do show, and we do hide, and we do we keep the event listeners rolling, right? It's just a matter of hiding the visible parts. So I guess we do this dot record text dot for each rec text. So for each of the text elements, we would just hide them. So we could do rec text dot pops dot hide and rec text dot mistakes dot hide. So the, oh wait, that's for the show, and then we do the same thing but the inverse for the hide. So we do that, but now it's hide and hide. And then that's pretty much it. The menu, did we add it? Okay, we didn't yet. So we do title, title button, this dot leaderboard dot show, and this dot leaderboard dot hide. And in theory now, this should only be part of the, we got rid of it on the app. Yeah, we got rid of it there. All right, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. F5, we see a leaderboard. F5, we see a leaderboard with zeros. We don't see a leaderboard. That's correct now. Time's up. We quit. We see a leaderboard with the game, with the score. All right, so let's open up like a third browser here, I guess. And this will be like our test. This will be like our test leaderboard down here. So I'm actually gonna like play. I'm gonna play a game with these two guys again. So it'd go here and here, and then you'll see the leaderboard update here after the game ends. After the timer ends. There it is, 10, 1, 6. Sweet. And it's just for the main menu. So then, and I mean, maybe we'll have it, we'll change it to something else. I don't know. Like we'll have it do something a little differently later. I don't know. But that's kind of the idea for right now. It's just on the main menu and it updates. Yeah, we just need to kind of make it look good now, which is kind of the hard part. The real hard part. Event listener count 39. That's our new baseline. I guess the 39 is the leaderboard listener. At least this way, now those things are only on screen or only drawing when we're on the main menu, which is kind of nice. Yeah. That's pretty cool. All right, let's do it again. Let's with this player here, let's just kind of plow through. Oh, ow, ooh. That kind of hurts. 10 and 5. Or 10 and 3 mistakes there. 10, 3. All right, so we moved into second place with this guy. Let's try to get this guy in first place now. Boom, 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 boom. That's totally a first place. 16. There we go. 16 and 0. 10, 16 pops, 0 mistakes. Yeah, so we just need like, it'd be nice to just have like a, I don't know, maybe just show like the top 3. I don't know about showing the top 10 on the screen on the main menu right now. Just like showing the top 3. Like that could be our, I don't know. I don't know what we really want to do. Like, because this title text could get shifted up, and then maybe we just show like 3 top pops. Something like that. I'm thinking hard. I'm thinking hard right now. This is one of those streams where I'm just kind of stuck staring at the screen going, I really don't know what we should do. But at least for right now, the main menu functionality of the leaderboard works. So like, you're on the main menu, the leaderboard's there, and it updates. It updates itself and everything. So if we bring a new player into the, let's refresh these. Oh, the server restarted. Why? Why does it have to restart just randomly like that? Like, what changed? All right, hang on. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. How do I know the file that changed? Start server.js. All right, so we need to say, okay, file name. That's the thing. Okay, so we go to we could say we could do let's do this thing. And then if I do a change, oops, we got to restart this. And then if I do like a change here, we say change start server.js. Let me put like let me do like something like this. We're gonna do something just eye-catching for this right now. Just a bunch of exclamation points, and then we're gonna say event type $ event type file name $file name. All right, we're gonna see why the server just restarts, or what files are changing that causes our file system watcher to trigger and then restart everything. That's kind of we're watching the root directory, so something, and recursively watching the root directory. So something happens and whatever. So let's restart this. So now if I make a change to a file, it'll throw all these exclamation points and then say event type. We'll even make it a little nicer. We'll say this. So that way I can at least see this and go, okay, that's why this thing broke. And it, for whatever reason, it decides to throw 3 of them. I don't know. I don't know why. All right, so we start that. We make a change. It'll say event type, change, file name, start server.js. So we'll see what file was actually changing. Because for whatever reason, it decides to, these exclamation points will be eye-catching. All right, so anyway, I'm going to close that for right now. Back to our actual. So here, I did a normal thing. Event type, change, file name. I change it, client/script/application.js. Beautiful. All right. All right, so what were we even testing again? I just wanted to test some leaderboard stuff. Oh boy. If I quit, we go back to the main menu, and the leaderboard is updated. So if we play again, if I can beat, so 1, 2, 3, 4. This player's moving on to the leaderboard. There we go, into second place, because there haven't been any other people playing. So now maybe this guy. This guy moved up into first place. Well, he already was in first place, and he just kept moving into first place. And then let's bring in another guy. And the leaderboard's fine. So we're bringing in 2 new players here. There we go. Okay, we're bringing in this player again here. Nine pops there. All right, so we got 4 players on the leaderboard now. All right, so that's pretty cool. That, yeah, and this thing is updating just fine, and this is the number of pops and the number of mistakes for that given game. So their best game, it's the best, each of this is like the best player's game, basically. So this player's best game, JHQOU, had 9 pops, but with 1 mistake. So somebody could go in and beat him out with 9 pops and 0 mistakes because it was a little more flawless or whatever, I guess. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, we've got what we kind of want. We just need, like, I don't know, maybe we could get rid of the zeros. We could just write some logic to get rid of the 0 parts. So we could just make it, instead of 0, 0, all the, filling out the top 10, because this is like the top 10 slots, top 10 players. So all the players that aren't on there are just the zeros. And maybe we could just say if there's a 0, like technically a player could be in this slot. So like if I bring a new player in and we play a game against this one, and this player, maybe I don't pop anything, this player will still go on to the leaderboard for having a game with 0 pops. So here on the server, we can see that player made it onto the leaderboard with 0 pops, 0 mistakes. But on the client side, we could just, so technically this slot is occupied by this player. But technically we could just not, because we really don't care. I mean, if you had a game with 0 pops, 0 mistakes, we really don't care about showing you on the leaderboard. It was just kind of like a, we could, you know. So maybe we could just hide those, or we could just fill in blank strings if it's 0, I guess. That would be a leaderboard logic thing. So I guess we could say if not, pops.text would be that. That, else that. Just a blank string. Guess I could do const mistake offset equals offset plus 1. So we use this in a couple of spots here. We do that. And then we do leaderboard int 16 mistake offset else that. So I guess we could do that. And then we go back here. And then now the leaderboard is empty, or it won't show anything because nobody's in the game yet, because it just... So then we quit. Yeah, now it just shows 1 record for the player in first place. For the player who actually pops something. So this other player is technically on the leaderboard for finishing a game with 0 pops, but yeah. Now we've got 2 players with some actual data on the leaderboard. So now if we refresh, we got 12 and 1. We refresh here, we got 12 and 1, 10 and 1. So we got 2 brand new players that can fill out some slots on the leaderboard. So this guy went in with 8, and the other guy's at 0. So if we quit, we see that guy at 3rd. And we could go here, put in another player. Or this 4th player here, we could pop a few. There we go, 5. Now that player's in 5. Oh, yes, we took... Well, okay, I'm thinking of maybe just hiding the mistake column for right now, at least for the first version of it. Eventually, we would show their best game. 12 pops, you know, best matches. It's like a best match, but we might as well just limit it right now to be like the best number of pops, I guess. We could just have that kind of be the simple thing. And then that could be kind of just the initial first version. We just get some sort of leaderboard out there. Then we could start working more on something a little more formal, a little more stuff with usernames, potentially randomly generated usernames, whatever. That kind of thing will need to be a little more, you know, like when you connect, you'd get your username and it would say like, hi, your name is, you know, you're this person, you know, or whatever. You know, some random generated username. Something like that. Something like that would be the idea. All right. Well, I'm thinking we're probably going to shut the stream down pretty soon here. My head's getting a little swimmy here. But we got some good stuff done today. Cactus Man, I'm sorry. I know. I was going to say, Cactus Man, what are you still doing up? But I guess you said you woke up at 5 p.m., which was 10 a.m. 10 a.m. my time, so... Getting close to bedtime for me also. Yeah, you're in Norway, Drogos? Did I get that right now? Norway? Yeah, Norway. But I had a good time. Yeah, thanks, Drogos. Thanks. Yeah, I would probably keep things going, but I'm just kind of at a point where like I want to think a little bit about, I want to like spend some off-stream time thinking about how I want this to kind of lay out. Because right now, like in theory, this is like the functionality is pretty much there to just show, like if we just wanted to show the top pops on the client, we got it. Like we just need to actually show it in a correct place, correct position and everything. Like if I bring in 2 new players, you know, 2 brand new players. We're seeing 2 brand new players here. We're still seeing the leaderboards of the last players. But I can come in, and I, as a player, can move my way up on the leaderboard. And there I am now, 11-2. You know, so we could just go with, like, the bare minimum leaderboard. Like, you don't see who the player is or anything like that. You would just see the pops and, like, you just see that you're the one pushing it to the limits or something like that. Let's talk about fonts then. Nice. Yeah, that's kind of the idea then. The kind of the making the thing look a little better. But, yeah. All right. All right, so yeah, but a quick recap here. We'll do the quick recap. So what did we get done today? Well, we got the leaderboards done today. That was all we worked on, right? Cactus Man brought me a little into the future with the ES6 stuff. The ES6 array prototype methods. Helped me use them a little more. So thanks again, Cactus Man. Yeah, because then we shortened our algorithm for sorting out the leaderboard significantly. So we have this stuff now, courtesy of Cactus Man's help. So that sorts out the leaderboard a little nicely. Now we added some more junk to actually fill out the array buffer that gets sent. Well, not array buffer, but the Node.js buffer that gets sent to the client with the leaderboard data itself. So we fill that out, and we send that to every player every time we update the leaderboard. So anytime there's any sort of change in the leaderboard, we send that out to the clients, to the browsers. Likewise, whenever a player connects, oh, look at this. Here, okay, here we saw the problem. Look at this. So for whatever reason, all of these files changed. We caught the ghost. Why did all of those files change? Like, what caused all those files to change? So all of this triggered the server to restart because there was all of this ghost in the thing. Yeah, Cactus Man, a ghost. I don't... Maybe the attributes changed or something? Because, like, the files didn't change. I didn't touch anything. The HTTP server sent them out. But, like, that happens when you do this. I mean, just when I refresh, that would trigger a bunch, theoretically. I don't know. I might have touched the files. Nice. Well, no, this is a thing that's happened for a long time, but I haven't really cared until now, where I'm actually caring about the server not restarting because I want to keep the leaderboard up, because the leaderboard only exists in memory. So if you restart the server, then you lose that. So normally I don't care about the server restarting every so often for random reasons, because basically all I have is I've got a little script that just has a file system watcher up for the entire project directory. And if a file changes, then I just restart the server. That way, if I can change the code, restart the server, and then save the file, and then the server automatically restarts. Just takes a little step out of my tool chain of things that I have to do just to, things that I have to do a million times a day. So, but for whatever reason, something changes and all of these client files change. Client/scripts. Like literally every file changed in the inside of that client directory. I bet you it is the HTTP server, because it's only files. It's not just client/scripts. It's client/index.html there. So I bet you it's something with our HTTP server that's running here, which I use the npm package http-server. I just have it installed globally. It's not part of my actual project, really. It could be anything, any HTTP server. We just need to statically serve some HTML files. So that must be doing something with these files for some reason. I don't know why, because it's almost as if we sit for a little bit, and then if I refresh the browser, it's like it does something and changes it. Let's run a little experiment. Let's kill the HTTP server. Yeah, here it changed the file. There it changed that file. All right, and then let's reload. No, not that time. I don't know what it is. I don't know if I care, to be honest. I mean, it's a little annoying when the leaderboards keep getting reset when I don't really want them to. But whatever. All right, so yeah, all we did today was work on leaderboards, because that's what we ended with yesterday. We started doing that leaderboard logic. We got Cactus Man's help with that. Time for persistent storage. No! I won't do it, Cactus Man. Actually, maybe we will, because it won't be that hard. It won't be that hard. I'd use like MongoDB or something, just to have some very basic little easy database updating things and spitting out some stuff. Just store the leaderboard in everyone's local storage and go a blockchain way. That's kind of That's kind of an interesting idea there. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, I mean, we got the leaderboard working server side, and we got it updating and sending out to the clients. Right now, the clients are only showing something if there's some leaderboard data there. So like if I were to actually play a game, then quit, go back to the main menu, then we actually see an entry in the leaderboard. Same thing with this one. So the leaderboard is now a component of the main menu. So if I go to play a game, the leaderboard goes away, right? It's just part of the main menu page now. So I didn't even beat my own record there. But that's pretty cool. We bring a new player in. They get the leaderboard right away. We bring another player here. There we go. Quit. There. That player's on the leaderboard. If we do, let's bring a third player in. And let's bring a even further still player. A third player just to see the live updatedness of it. This player, there's a third browser open here just on the main menu. And we'll see the leaderboard automatically update after the game. So if I just play with this player here, whoops, we'll see that. Oh, maybe not. I thought I refreshed both of these. Maybe not. All right, so we refreshed both of them. Okay, so that player that I was just playing with didn't actually beat their own record, I guess. All right, so now this player will for sure beat their own record and then go on the leaderboard. And there we go. The new leaderboard entry just automatically updates live on another browser. That's great. That's great. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Did we get rid of the lewd random ID yet? It might have touched the... Oh. Man, I read all that. I didn't read that message before somehow. Did we get rid of the lewd random ID yet? No, we didn't. That's funny. Don't worry. The IDs will be private. The players won't see them. But no, I mean, I think for right now, like what we've got is kind of cool, and then we just need to make it look nice on the screen, and once we do that, then once we do that, then we can maybe start working on kind of like the username thing, and we'll come up with some like funny, we'll have some like nice random username generation kind of thing, something like that. Something like that. All right. For now, I think I'm going to be signing off. So I guess we got a few viewers here. Might as well see who's online. See who's streaming right now. I saw Trash was maybe streaming for a little bit. I don't know if... Yeah, there's Trash. All right. Yeah, so we'll go over, wait a minute. Hang on, we'll actually make sure. All right. And it looks like Trash is actually streaming. I guess I've never actually seen Trash, so maybe I don't know. But I assume that actually is Trash and not, because I've done it too many times now where I've started, somebody wasn't actually streaming and we raided them. All right, so we'll go ahead and raid Trash. All right. How do I raid again? I always forget. Oh yeah, we push this button here. There we go. Dropping in, saying hi to Trash. All right, so we're getting the raid started there. The raid should be loading. All right, quick little thing. Cactus Man, good job today. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Cactus Man. You did a good job today. All right, we're pretty much ready to raid. Quick plug. I always stream 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, Mondays and Tuesdays, for anyone out there. We'll probably be back on Thursday night. I don't officially have Thursday night on the stream schedule, but we might be back Thursday night. By Thursday night, I mean Thursday night my time, which probably means 7, 8, probably getting started around 7, 8, or 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. So for you Europe guys, obviously that's probably pretty early in the morning. Pretty early in the morning, Friday morning then, I guess. So, yeah. All right, so we'll drop over, say hi to Trash, and yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. We'll see you guys in the next one. Adios. Sayonara. Bye.